You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, from the USA on July 14th, 2023. It's a Friday night at 11 p.m. Today we're going to play a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective fan case called Cleopatra's Death. There's a link in the description. You can download it yourself. You'll need a map from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and a directory from the base game or from any of the expansions, really. You don't need those to play along with us, but this is a mystery game. You can only experience it once. So if you think you might be interested in playing it separately and not have any spoilers from watching it, you could turn off the video once we get started, download it, play it yourself, come back, watch how we did afterwards. I can see we've got a couple people in the chat. Matt and Anna are here. Okay, so let's just talk a little bit about the author of this game is Suzanne Kraus from Germany. She may stop by at some point to say hello, to peek in to see how we're doing. This is her first fan-made case for any game, and I want to remind the audience that we play these games mostly to enjoy them and have fun playing them, but we also like to talk about game design issues and critique the games we play, look for what worked, what didn't. So two things to say about that. First, whenever you join us for a playthrough, I hope you'll keep a pad of paper nearby to write down any thoughts you have on the game so that we can talk about it when we finish, your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, things that worked, things that didn't. But I also want to remind you that these fan-made cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, for any game really, but they exist primarily in this genre for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and then there are some Chronicles of Crime fan cases as well. They are very difficult to write. It's very hard to get the balance of these games right, even with a team and editors and the organization to do playtesting. But you can imagine for something like a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan-made case, it's particularly difficult to get it playtested. People can only play it once, so you just get one shot of getting some feedback from them. These are very subjective. Groups attack these and encounter them at very different levels of difficulty, so it's extremely hard to make a good game like this. We've seen some great ones. If you're interested in some great ones, I've posted a review of 5 really superlative Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan cases, and I posted a separate video about how these are sort of the best kept secret in mystery games, because you can download some amazing cases totally for free. Anyway, that's all a way of me saying that we're going to treat these with some generosity of spirit and some understanding about how difficult these are. It is particularly fun to play these fan cases if you can get into the spirit. You're playing something that few people on the planet have ever played, will ever play. You're much closer to the level with the designer, being able to give feedback and talk about it. And it's just a very special, it's almost like a piece of art. Even when it fails, it's interesting to see how it fails. And it's really the vision of one person rather than some giant corporate team. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are as well. bookkeeping before we get started. Normally on Sunday, we meet to play Dear Holmes. I have not gotten the next letter from them, so we won't be doing that. Unless, for some reason, unless it arrives tomorrow. So we have a choice. We can either not meet on Sunday at 3 p.m., or we could meet and play something else. Now, as you know, if you've been following the channel, I just recently subscribed to Deadbolt Mystery Society, a series that I'm a fan of, that we've played 10 of on the channel, put up a couple of reviews of them. And I thought the first box in my subscription was going to come yesterday, so I scheduled a live stream. It didn't come, but it did come today. So one option for us would be to play that on Sunday at 3 p.m. Now, those take us 6 hours or so, so that would be a very unusual Sunday session. Let me know if you think that's a good idea. If you join me for the Sunday games, if you don't join for the Sunday games, then you should abstain from voting and from participating. But that's possibly what we'll do on Sunday, or we'll just do nothing Sunday and we'll play that game on Monday. I see Suzanne has joined the channel to say hello. It's got to be nervous watching people play your game. So if you get nervous about it and you want to just leave and come back at the end or watch it afterwards, that's fine. We have a very strict policy, though, of no hints. So even if you see us making a bad mistake and misunderstanding something, do not correct us, because frequently with these games, that's part and parcel. You make a mistake, you go down a dead end, and then you realize your mistake. So you don't want to be corrected as soon as you make a mistake. The last piece of bookkeeping. In the near future, we're going to be playing another Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective fan case called The Commandeered Corpse, which we've heard good things about. And Nicola in the channel has been nice enough to reformat it for me. It's not really a pet peeve. It's more serious than that. One of the great things that happened when Yastari reprinted the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games. If you remember, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective came out in 81, 82, and it came in a binder, and it was revived by Yastari, who then absorbed Space Cowboys, absorbed them and reprinted. But one of the bad legacies of Yastari was that they started printing these cases in like almost a cursive font on a very busy modeled background. And it made it much harder to read the cases. And unfortunately, a bunch of the fan cases have adopted this style, and it makes them harder to read. And Commandeered Corpse is one of them, but Nicola on our channel has reformatted it for us to make it easier to read. So there's that. Okay. Let us get started. So I've got my map from one of the Space Cowboys versions. They're all the same. The original 1981 map is bigger. It's got maybe 3 or 4 things that are different. I'm not sure what map Anna used. Typically, if someone made a fan case in the last 5 or 10 years, it's with the new directory and map. But I've got the old one nearby if we need it. I don't think we will. The directory contents and map contents are essentially the same, except for a very small number of places, just if you're curious. Here's one of the older original maps. Here's a difference here. Smithfield Market got turned into Spitalfield Market, but essentially the same. Okay, but good to have this nearby if you ever do get stuck. And we have our list of allies. That's the other thing you'll need, I guess. It's a shame they didn't print the allies in the directory. This is the list of allies from Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars box. And I also have a printed out version of these cards that someone on BGG, I forget the name of the BGG person, produced, which each ally has their own little card, just so you could remember. Just a different way of checking out the allies. It's actually less functional than this, but it's a lot prettier. Okay. Here we go. Cleopatra's death. 15 January 1899. Beautiful painting by some famous painter. All right, so I've done what I normally done. I've filed these into my Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective tabs for neighborhoods, and then when we finish a game, I just pop it out and put a new one in. All right, so here we go. Cleopatra's death, 15 January 1899. Anything we need to talk about before I get started? Anyone up to any interesting projects? Anyone else going to the Gen Con board game convention in Indianapolis in August? I will be there. If you do go to Gen Con and see me, please come up and say hello. Okay. Let's get back to it. Okay, so Suzanne Krauss is the author. William Waterhouse is the painter of that painting. Okay, let's read our intro here. Cleopatra's death. All right, let's see if I can read it off the screen here. It's a chilly morning, and we are glad to leave behind the foggy streets of London for Holmes's warm sitting room. Miss Hudson serves us tea while we sit down on the sofa rubbing our hands. We're not sure if we're that eager to start our investigation, seeing that it would probably entail leaving the warmth of the fireplace behind. "Don't make yourselves too comfortable," Holmes says from the doorway, filling his pipe. He's still in his dressing gown, his hair slightly disheveled. "The case I've called you for won't need any prolonged explanations." Wiggins reaches for the biscuit tin, visibly afraid he'll be ushered out before having had a single bite. "So what are we dealing with?" he asks. "Yesterday evening I had a rather interesting conversation at the dinner party Charles Hall gave at the Tankerville Club for his birthday." Holmes starts pacing around the room, warding off the cup of tea Miss Hudson is trying to put into his hand. "I spoke to Jeremy Waddell, a young director who is engaged to give the Apollo Theater a makeover." "Waddell?" Watson asks as he crosses the room, apparently about to leave the house for an errand. "Isn't he the one who provoked a scandal with his production of King Oedipus in Brighton 2 years ago?" "Yes, indeed," Holmes answers. "Some call Waddell bold." "Oh, probably the ones who've never seen one of his plays. One of the great novelists in his production of King Oedipus was that Tiresias. One of the great novelties in his production of King Oedipus was that Tiresias was played by a man in an overlarge owl costume," Watson scoffs. The doctor keeps lingering by the biscuit tin, either hungry or curious to hear more. "That does sound indeed like a crime against art," Wiggins intervenes, "but I guess that's not the offense you'd like us to investigate." "Indeed not," Holmes continues. "But the crime I'm interested in also has to do with an unusual casting choice. As I said, Waddell started working for the Apollo Theater a week ago. For his first production, he chose Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. And with regards to the casting, he already had a young lady in mind. His Cleopatra, he decided, was going to be played by Charlotte Keene, a singer and dancer who had deeply impressed him with her performance at the Bar of Gold. Not that I'm a regular," Wiggins interjects, "but The Bar of Gold's dance show is not the first place I'd consider when scouting for thespians to star in my next Shakespeare production. This view is obviously shared by the Apollo Theater Ensemble, Holmes continues. Especially Donna Peacock was less than pleased about the announcement. Not only would she not be playing the lead role, but she was going to be pushed off the throne by a much younger lady. On top of that, by a famous singer from a somewhat shady establishment. You have to give Waddell his due. His ideas might often be strange, but at least he pursues them vigorously against all odds. Holmes pauses to draw on his pipe. Even after his idea had been met with wild disbelief by the theater's old establishment personnel, he still went to the Bar of Gold yesterday to find and hire Keene. With the help of Charlotte's friend and colleague, he did finally find the young lady at her home, lying dead on her bed. She was murdered? Watson asks. Well, she died, apparently not long after Waddell proclaimed he was going to crown her Queen of Egypt. Pharaoh, Watson tries to interject unsuccessfully. While Waddell found the circumstances of her death highly suspicious, Scotland Yard doesn't really show any interest in the case. They have quickly shrugged it off as a suicide, but I do think there is something suspicious about the whole affair. What do we know about the victim? Wiggins asks. Well, Waddell could not tell me much. Apparently, she had made an impression on him with her dance performance rather than her conversational skills. She was around 20, petite, ash blonde. He knew that she was determined to make it as an actress, and that she had broken with her family over this decision. She was living, and died, in a small apartment at Dover Rooms. Holmes gets up abruptly. Well, thank you for coming by, my friends. I'm sure you will solve the mystery before lunchtime, while I'll be going back to bed. Charles Hale's soiree did take rather long. And so we step back out into the cold January morning. Warning, this case is not connected to any case in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Universe. Might present characters in a way that conflicts with their portrayal in other cases. Okay, we've seen that before. All right, so one of the things in my video about the joy of playing these fan print and play cases is that you can actually mark them up and write on them. So we've got a bunch of people that were mentioned. So he had a conversation at Charles Hall's party at the Tankerville Club. He spoke to Jeremy Waddell, the director, who's giving a performance at the Apollo Theater. They all mention his previous performance, how he's sort of a bold experimental director. Dr. Watson does not have much respect for his work. There's a funny thing about the big owl costume. Okay, he's starting a new play, Shakespeare's Anthony and Cleopatra, and he's decided to cast Charlotte Keene. That's our victim. And she used to dance at the Bar of Gold. We've been to the Bar of Gold in previous cases. Wiggins points out the Bar of Gold is not really where you go to find fine actors. It's a bit shady down there. And Holmes says the other people at the theater ensemble also weren't happy. Especially not happy was Donna Peacock, who would have otherwise, I guess, gotten the lead. So the director says, you're not going to get the lead. I'm giving it to some young dancer. Which I guess is important for us to remember that she's a dancer in case that helps us find her or find people who know her. Okay. With the help of Charlotte's friend and colleague. Who is Charlotte's friend and colleague? He went to the bar. Okay, we're told that Charlotte's friend and colleague helped us find her, but we're not told who that is. But someone at the bar of gold. All right. And she's at home. We don't know where her home is yet. Dead on her bed. And then we know the police think it's a suicide. Director can't tell much about her. Again, she's a dancer. 20 petite ash blonde. And then we're also told that the family was not happy. Okay, so here's where we are told where her house is. Dover Rooms. That's where she lives. All right, so we got a bunch of places where we could start out going for leads. Normally in these cases, we try to go to the victim's house, scene of crime and victim's house. Scene of crime is obvious, victim's house before anyone gets a chance to get in there and clean up. This, since we've got a mysterious death, according to Holmes, police think it's a suicide. Normally we try to avoid going to our allies because they might give away hints. But in this case, it's thematically very appropriate that we might want to go to the morgue and find out more about her manner of death. Let's check in with the chat and see how everyone's doing. Again, a reminder that if you want to play this yourself, you can download it. Suzanne Krauss was nice enough to make it free, so you could download it and play it and come back and watch this after you finish. Or download it and just play it alongside us. I will remind you, though, that if you play this game, if you play any of the games we play on the channel asynchronously, if you go look at clues before we do, then you can't give us suggestions and take part, whatever. So try to keep yourself synced up to us. All right, well, if I was playing this, which I am, if I was playing it alone, I'd want to find her. I'd want to go to her house first, find her friend, and then probably circle back to the morgue to look at the body soon. But I don't like people walking off with her. I don't like the idea of people getting to a scene of the crime before us and cleaning it up or getting to her house and taking stuff. So let's go to her room. Why do we have two Annas in the channel? Do we have two Annas, or is it just Anna by a different login? That's... Okay, so we're told she lives at the Dover house. So another thing that we might want to do, if we weren't writing in this, if this was an official case that we didn't write on, we would keep good list of clues we want to chase down. But because we are writing in this and we can refer to it. Oh, let's not forget there's a newspaper. So perhaps we should glance through. There's actually 2 pages of newspaper here. We've been experimenting with different ways to read the newspaper. So, and I like the idea. We used to read the newspaper in full carefully before at the start of each case. I'm sort of warming to the idea of sort of sprinkling it in to sort of space things out a bit. But I think it does make sense to skim it. But I'm afraid if I skim it in front of you guys, show it to you, you guys aren't going to skim it. You're going to study it. But all right, let's do it. Just try not to read what we don't read. So we're just going to skim it here. Births, marriages, deaths. We're just looking for stuff obviously related to a case, like a story about her death. Okay, so here's Dover Rooms. Small, charming room for undemanding gentleman or lady, 5 shilling a week. Bath Terrace 11. Interesting. So I was going to look up the Dover apartments, but here we've got a person's name, Pauline Tenney at Bath Terrace 11. Charles Hale, remember, that's the dinner Holmes went to. The birthday. Okay, so it's just a little article about that. Bicycles, antiques, theater. Okay, so we're told this was not in the, this was in the Apollo Theater. Is that right? Am I remembering that right? The Apollo Theater. Okay, so Apollo Theater says tonight at 8 p.m. She Stoops to Conquer by Oliver Goldsmith. Main role played by the delightful Donna Peacock. Okay, so there's our woman, Donna Peacock, who is a rival for the woman who's dead. Might be of interest to us. Bicycle, more stories about Bicycle. Here's someone else that died, not our woman, though. And here's a robbery. Okay, so that's it. So that's how we're going to do our first pass through the paper. All right, now, if we look at Dover houses, let's just see. The Dover room's 11 Southeast. So if we look at that newspaper ad, Pauline Tenney at Bath Terrace 11, and we know Dover House is 11 Southeast. Let's just confirm to ourselves that that is what Suzanne, the author of this case, has been a little tricky doing. Okay, so if you look at the Southeast neighborhood, one of the interesting, fun things, sort of puzzles that are not super deep but can be fun, is when addresses are referred to by street and then you're not sure what neighborhood it is. So if we didn't look up Dover Apartments and we just said this paper was 11 Bath Terrace, we might look at the 11s in each neighborhood and see, okay, this is 11 Bath Terrace. So here it is in Southeast 11 is going to be where we go to the rooms. Now, out of curiosity, though, if we don't run into Pauline there, we might try to find Pauline at her home. Like if we go to this Dover Apartments and it turns out the landlord's not there, then we might look up Pauline at her house if she lives separately, but she probably lives there. All right, so let's go to 11 Southeast. All right, here's 11 Southeast. There are definitely more charming properties than Dover rooms. The housing block lies in close proximity to the train tracks and the military prison. I'm going to mark that we've been there. Okay, and it continues on. We got a nice long entry here. The plastering is peeling off the sooty walls. As we enter the vast, dirty yard, we are greeted by a heavy woman with a gray bun carrying a steaming bucket of fresh water, wash water. Not fresh water, wash water. Oh, you're here for the room, she asks eagerly. It's right over here if you want to follow me. No, no, Wiggins interrupts. We're here because of Charlotte Keene's death. Pauline Tenney's friendliness gives way to suspicion. I guess you're not here to pay the rent that she still owes me, she mumbles. Actually, we'd like to have a look at her room, we say. Well, then you're lucky. I was just about to clean up. Come with me. The plump woman leads us through a small door next to the southern gate into one of the two rooms under the wooden staircase that leads to the upper floors. With a few shillings, we convince her to postpone our cleaning until we have inspected the room. It's remarkably sparsely decorated, especially seeing that Pauline Tenney, maybe we'll mark little typos. This is the second one. This isn't really a typo. I would call this an English translation. Seeing is the word you would use here. Especially seeing that Pauline Tenney informs us that Charlotte has lived at Dover Rooms for 3 years, with a short pause when she moved in with her sister for a few weeks. Interesting. We've got a sister. Sparsely decorated. She's been there 3 years. Okay. In the right corner, opposing the door, there's a wooden bed next to a grimy little window. Creaking cupboards contains a few personal objects, everyday clothes, a few items of crockery, a shovel and broom, some open food packages, and a half-empty whiskey bottle. On the table opposite the bed, we spot a hand mirror, a hairbrush, ink and quill, as well as a few very battered copies of classical theater plays. Many of them bear annotations in Charlotte's small, tidy handwriting. King Lear has already lost some pages. It's chilly in the room without any heat from the little stove behind the door. She was found on the bed, right? We ask Tenny, who nods. The sheets are slightly tangled, but do not reveal anything of interest on closer inspection. However, there is a good amount of white powder strewn on the grayish stained pillow. When did you last see Charlotte? We asked Tenny, leaning in the doorway. It must have been on Friday, before 6:30 and 7, between 6:30 and 7. I heard her shoes clacking and then saw her from my kitchen window. She hurrying to leave the yard through the northern gate with a fancy fur hat and a bouquet of white flowers. I was determined to hold her a lecture about priorities when it comes to spending money, only she was already dead when I next saw her. Interesting. She's got a fancy fur hat and flowers. So, you know what it means. Whenever we see flower, we think about going to perhaps a forest to see if we can find who sent them, but okay. Did you see or hear anything suspicious? Not really. I did hear that it started pouring down shortly after Charlotte crossed the yard, and I made my round to close the windows. I'm pretty sure that her window was dark then, but well, my ears aren't good enough to hear anything coming from Charlotte's room across the yard. But you might want to talk to Charlotte's neighbor, Mr. Grant. That mollycoddle keeps complaining about the thin walls. He should be at work now. He's a cleaner at Crown Swimming. Okay, that's important. So he may be privy to what goes on inside her apartment. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, I did see something strange on Saturday morning. When I opened my bedroom window after getting up, I saw a man sneak through the door to this section of the building. Came back not even a minute later, and suddenly he seemed to be in quite a hurry to leave the yard. And when was that? It must have been between 6 or 6:30 in the morning. And did you know the man? Wiggins asked. He didn't look familiar. He wasn't much older than 30, I'd say. Pale, slim guy with a woolen black hat. And if you excuse me now, she says, pouring a gush of water onto the floor, I have to get this room ready for someone who'll hopefully be able to pay for it. Okay, 30 years old, pale, slim guy with a woolen black hat. All right, and it's 6 or 6:30 in the morning on Saturday. Okay, so let's get our, I'm going to come back to this in a second, but let's get our days right. So it's 15 January, and 15 January, do we know what day of the week this is? Because she says, let's see. She says talk to her sister. It looks like Charlotte is serious about her work. She's studying the plays. Okay, when did you last see her? And she says it was Friday between 6:30 and 7. So she sees her Friday. She was dead when I next saw her. And then she says on Saturday morning at 6:30, there's a man sneaking in. There's some spatial setup of this place too. Charlotte's room is under the stairs somewhere facing a certain entrance. I don't know if that's going to be relevant. If we have to at some point, we might need to play it out. But she says, talk to the neighbor. All right, so he sneaks in to this area of the building and then was in quite a hurry. And then she gives the description. So what I'm not 100% sure about is, let's reread when Charlotte was found dead. So yesterday he went to hire her and she was dead. So she's dead yesterday. So I'm still not 100% sure whether we know whether it would make sense if it was Sunday today. Then she was found dead on Saturday when someone was seen, but it could be Monday. Let's see if the channel picked up anything about what day it was today. We don't know what day of the week. Okay. No reason to worry about it yet. Just remember that she's seen on Friday. She's dead yesterday. And it must have been soon that she was dead because this woman, landlord woman, doesn't see her again till she's dead. And we get a couple people that we're told to talk to. Mr. Grant is high on our priority list because he may have heard what's going on in her room. We've got some white powder, which we don't know what the significance of that is. We also heard about a sister of hers. Talking to a relative is always useful. And we've got a description of the man sneaking into the building property, which could be useful if we come across anyone. All right, lots of stuff to chew on. Lots of stuff that we could forget if we're not careful. Let's just make a couple notes to ourselves. I'm just going to note that 11 Southeast, we found about sister, we found about Mr. Grant, the neighbor, the sneaking man on Saturday morning. Okay. Well, what do you think? We could go talk to the neighbor. He's at work. We could try to find her sister. It was interesting that her house was so barely lived in for someone who's been there 3 days. 3 years. Someone who's been there 3 years, it's very barely lived in. We could go to the house, the Bar of Gold. Anna says maybe we go to the theater. All right, let's go to the theater. Let's talk to the director. Talk to the person who saw the body, maybe Waddell, right? Okay, so Apollo Theater. Well, we don't even need to go to the directory. I believe we can just find it right here. We know where the theater district is. There's the Allegro. Where's our Apollo? Maybe we do have to look it up. Maybe Apollo is further over here. There's the Alhambra. All right, let's look up the Apollo Theater. Okay, there's the Apollo Theater, 19 Northwest. Oh, I almost forgot that what we normally do here with these games is mark when we go to a place so that we can keep track of any important spatial relationships. So we went to 11 Southeast. That was her house. And now we are going to the Apollo, 19 Northwest. We've been to the Apollo before. I suppose I should have known where that was. Okay, 19 Northwest. Okay, let's keep track. The theater has not opened its ticket office yet, but we managed to slip in through a side door past the janitor who's singing to himself while mopping the floors. We peek into cold, dark rooms full of costumes and props until we finally come upon Donna Peacock's dressing room. The lock doesn't put up too much resistance. Oh, there we go. Wiggins is right using his lock picking straight away. The walls of the room are decorated with photos of a well-shaped woman with curly black hair. While her costumes vary greatly, her face always shows the same expression of mild surprise. All right, so we're in Donna Peacock's room. Wiggins has picked the lock. We get a little bit of description of her. She's curvy. She's well-shaped. What does well-shaped mean in the 1800s? What does well-shaped in the 1800s mean? I mean, what do we picture in our mind as a well-shaped woman in the 1800s? She's got curly black hair. Okay. Peacock's dressing table is covered with brushes, powder tins, and tattered fashion magazines. Remember, we found white powder on Charlotte's bed. So maybe it was makeup powder. In the drawers, we find dog-eared screenplays, 2 bottles of sherry, a small revolver, and a few love letters from a variety of addressers. She just got a small revolver. And some love letters, some fan love letters, perhaps. The latest stem from a man named Victor Savage and include pieces of poetry which, even to us Philistines, sound only half-heartedly inspired. So we've got a fan of Peacock here. Having left the theater through the side door, we run into its manager, William Telbin, a briefcase under his arm. Who is just letting himself in through the main entrance. We manage to involve him in a short conversation from which becomes clear he wasn't too sorry to hear about Charlotte's death. I know we really need to shed our image of being outmoded, and that Waddell will give us the publicity we need, but I'd still rather do that without scaring away our most popular actress. She was rather irate during her dress rehearsal yesterday morning. Okay, so Peacock is not happy about losing this part. There's her motive. And the Apollo Theater is a little bit worried about her walking out. So we've got a person who's a fan of Peacock. He might have killed our girl just to secure her love. Revolver, not important now unless we find out our girl Charlotte was killed with a revolver. And we run into the manager, who's William Talbin. Hard to see why we would need to talk to him again, though. All right, we didn't find Waddell, so another candidate place we could try to look up Waddell at his home. I am tempted to go to the coroner sooner rather than later now, just so we get the situation with, see how her body was found. How did she die? Again, normally we save the allies for later, but if it's thematically relevant, it seems like that would be a natural place for us to go. And it says January 15th was a Sunday in 1889, but it's today for us, so she died on a Saturday. It would make sense that she died on a Saturday if that date is accurate. She worked at the Bar of Gold, so we could go to the Bar of Gold. I think we should go to the coroner. I think we need to know how she died. I think with Sherlock Holmes consulting detective, treating the order you go places and treating the case as if there was time was of the essence, and treating it like things could happen if you do things in the wrong order is an illusion. It's playing a game with oneself, pretending. It's a game of pretend that you're role playing it. But I think makes it more fun. So I do think we need to go to the coroner and see about her body. Okay, so we've got a criminologist, and then we've got Jasper Meeks, who's the coroner. So I guess we're going to go to Jasper Meeks, see if he's done any autopsy. So we don't need these cards. It just makes it a little more fun. All right, so we're going to go to Jasper Meeks, who's at 38 EC. As I understand it, these very nice-looking cards were all generated using AI, one of the AI art programs. I don't know how he got such good results, to be honest. 38 EC. Okay, let's go to the coroner. 38 EC, Jasper Meeks. As we enter, we find Meeks solving a crossword puzzle. He seems pleased about our company. "Oh, these last few days have been rather quiet," he confesses, "but I guess for somebody in my line of employment, it would be unethical to complain about a lack of assignments." Upon request, he puts aside his crossword and goes to fetch Charlotte Keene's autopsy report. We ask Meeks if he shares Scotland Yard's theory that the young woman killed herself. "Oh, that would have been a rather unusual suicide," Meeks grumbles. "She died of a cervical fracture." "A broken neck?" "Well, she received a hard blow to the back of her head. Most likely killed her. Her posterior cranial fossa was partially fractured, and there were a few bruises on her back and the right shoulder. Apart from that, however, she showed very little signs of external injury. Apart from that, no signs of struggle. If you ask me, she fell down or was pushed and hit her head. Death most likely occurred on early Friday evening." "And what made Scotland Yard so sure this was a suicide?" Wiggins asks, confused. "Well, they did find 3 empty bags of sleeping powder and a hastily scribbled suicide note on her bedside table. Murray would be able to tell you more about both. I could find traces of sleeping powder on her lips and inside of her mouth, but my examination suggests that the dose she ingested can't have been lethal." Before we leave him, we ask Meeks if there was anything else about the body that caught his eye. Well, interestingly, she did have lots of fine scratches on her hands and forearms, as if she'd been trying to make her way through a bramble bush, but that didn't kill her. Okay, so that was interesting. Quite interesting. So, Meeks says she fell and hit her head, is what he thinks. Bruises on back and right shoulder. No signs of struggle. And then he gives us a time of date when she was died, Friday evening, he thinks. All right. And then he says 3 bags, empty sleeping powder. Okay, so that's surely the white powder we found on her bed. And he says he finds some on her lips and inside of her mouth. That sounds like someone planted it there, trying to make it look like she committed suicide. He also tells us about a suicide note that H.R. Murray has, the criminologist. That seems like a natural next stop for us. But he says, I looked inside her or whatever, and she didn't eat enough of this sleeping powder to actually kill her. So now it really does look like we've got a murder, someone trying to make it look like she committed suicide. And then he says, fine scratches, as if she was going through a bramble bush. That's weird. Okay, now we're going to go to H.R. Murray, the criminologist. So I don't normally place markers when we go to the allies because they're not spatially relevant for a case. We put marks on places to find to help us spot when someone's near someone else, but if they're our allies, they're not relevant. All right, 22 Southwest, then maybe we'll take our break. Murray's laboratory greets us with a pungent smell of foul eggs. Not too eager to learn where it's coming from, we get straight to the point. Charlotte Keene, you say? Wait a minute. Murray takes off his leather gloves and strides to the rack on the other side of the room. She was wearing normal everyday clothes. Her apron contained a bunch of 3 keys. On her nightstand, they found 3 empty bags of chlorohydrate. It's a common antidote against insomnia, which can be purchased at any chemist shop. And also has become a popular means for those weary of life. If she took those 3 bags, that's most definitely a lethal dose for a slight young woman. Next to the empty chlorohydrate packages, the officers found this note. Meeks hands us a sheet of paper. The paper is torn from one edge. The back side contains the list of characters from Shakespeare's King Lear. Remember, we found her book. It was missing a page. So it does seem like someone probably tore it out of that book, writing the note. On the other side, we find an untidy scribble that is slurred in places, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't see any other way. It's probably the best for everyone. Charlotte. That's interesting. I am sorry, crossed out, misspelled, and rewritten. So we know she's an avid reader of Shakespeare. We shouldn't say that. Do we know that, or do we think she might be trying to brush up on it? The question is, would she have misspelled sorry? I guess that's my question. The other thing is, it's handwritten, and she has written her name here. It's enough handwriting. You'd think we could be able to spot if it's her handwriting, if we could show it to someone who knew her. That seems like a little bit of a clue. I've seen more poetic farewell notes, Murray interjects, but it seems to be genuine. I compared the handwriting to the notes she took on the margins of one of her books. It's not nearly as tidy as the notes in her book, but it's clearly the same handwriting. We thank Murray and are, for the first time today, happy to be back outside breathing the cold but wonderfully fresh January air. Okay, so he has compared it. He has assured us that it's her handwriting. Okay, let's take that as true. We're told here that it's an untidy scribble that's slurred. So it's almost like she's reading this while she's consumed the sleeping powder. It's a little bit of an ambiguous note, isn't it? It's not clearly a suicide note. She says, I'm sorry. I didn't see any other way. It's probably the best for everyone. The paper's torn on one edge, the back side. So it's not a partial note, right? It looks like it's the full sheet of paper, just torn where it came out of the book. So it's not like someone's hidden an important part of this, I don't think. But is this a suicide note? I mean, we don't think she committed suicide, so what? But it doesn't mean she wasn't trying to. 3 bags. Well, I guess it's sort of important that he's saying that there are 3 bags. If she had taken them, that would kill her. But Meeks has assured us she didn't take all 3. So that's a little weird. And then she's got keys. All right, well, let me just make a note of this. 22 Southwest, 3 keys. Now we're getting a little suspicious that she's got another house, though, aren't we? Like, there was something very suspicious about her living in that house. I wonder if she's a serious performer who's sort of slumming it. Like, you don't, is it not just that this Waddell director is picking blind this dancer? Is it possible that she's like a real actress and that she's living in this house as sort of a fake slumming it place? That's what that 3 keys makes me think. Okay, 3 bags, and we're told what it is. It's chloral hydrate, which you can get at a chemist. So it might be interesting to see if a nearby chemist if someone recognizes that she bought those. She is studying Shakespeare. I mean, that doesn't seem like something that a dancer would do. Like, if you pluck this dancer out of the bar of gold and you're like, you're going to star in Shakespeare, if she wasn't prepared for that, I'm not sure she would really study up on it. I think, I want to look at her. I want to just quickly go back to her room. I want to see if I just want to look at her room again. Okay, so she's living in a very cheap room, very sparsely decorated as if she doesn't really live here. I want to see if there are signs that she's like a pro actress, a Shakespearean actress. Few personal objects: clothes, crockery, shovel and broom, whiskey bottle, mirror, hairbrush, ink and quill. She's a writer. Already, that's a little bit unusual for a dancer, right? There we go. Look at this. Battered copies of classical theater plays. This is really starting to feel like this is not a dancer to me. Small, tidy handwriting. I feel like this woman may be a serious Shakespearean actress. I mean, perhaps I shouldn't be making that conclusion. Perhaps we should be more open-minded about the women who would be dancing at the Bar of Gold. But it's very rare to be studying Shakespeare. I mean, Shakespeare is really heady stuff. That is not something you read in your spare time. But Anna says, well, maybe it was her dream to be a professional actress and she was studying it. It's possible. It's possible, but boy, that professional actors study and aspire to be Shakespearean actors. But to go from a dancer to aspire to be a Shakespearean actor is like a bridge too far. Like you could a dancer at the Bar of Gold can aspire to be an actress, a normal actress, or a professional actor can aspire to be a Shakespearean actor, but that's too big a jump. Anna says, we'll see. We'll find people who know her. Yes, we will. And maybe her sister. I have a feeling she has another house and she's a professional actress, but we will find out. So far, very compelling case. Very interesting. Very fun. I'm liking the characters, the setting, and the core mystery so far. We will take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing Cleopatra's Death. We've got a dead dancer actress who's My gut is telling me that she's more than she appears. All right, where should we go next? Bar of Gold would be a very natural place to go. Yeah, let's go to the Bar of Gold. Let's go to the Bar of Gold. So I remember the Bar of Gold is somewhere in here. Somewhere in the seedy neighborhood in the southeast. But let's look it up. Bar of Gold, 33 southeast. Yeah, right there. Bar of Gold. 33 southeast. As a little reminder, because of the delays in YouTube, like there can be like an 8-second delay. That means if I asked a question, I'd have to wait 8 seconds here before I got a reply. So the way I like to do these things is I'll sort of play this game on my own. I'll take breaks whenever I can and talk to the chat. But if you've got places you want to go, don't wait for me to ask. Just shout out in the channel, like, I want to go here, or here's where I want to go and why. Like, rather than have a back and forth interaction, treat it more like writing letters. So you say if there's someplace you want to go and why. Don't wait for me to ask. Okay, 33 southeast. Let us get a look at what they say about her. I'm very curious. The letters on the sign above the door might have been golden a few decades ago. We maneuver our way around broken glass on the sideway and enter through a creaking door into the dim tap room. There are two middle-aged drunkards at a table. To the left, they seem to be an integral part of the bar's interior, staring with a hollow gaze at the dusty red curtains before a tiny stage on our right. Behind the counter, we find the owner, a large guy with curly red hair whose complexion gives the impression that he hardly ever sees the light of the day. Drawing on a cigarette, he's counting the money in his till. We learn he's Lawrence Beckwith, Charlotte Keene's former boss. When we ask him when he last saw Charlotte, he stops counting. Wait, let me see here. That must have been on Wednesday night when I told her to get the hell out of my bar. What happened? Wiggins inquires. A gentleman had caught her trying to steal from his coat pocket. He was making a huge fuss. Quite understandably. So I had to tell Charlotte to go and pack her things that very same night. I haven't seen her since. Interesting. We asked Beckwith how long Charlotte Keene had been working at the Bar of Gold. All in all, nearly 3 years. She started waiting tables, pouring drinks, mopping the floor. I knew she had artistic aspirations, so after some time I also let her enter the stage. Quite reluctantly at first, I have to say. She was a scrawny kid and the kind of girl you'll easily overlook. But she was good on stage and soon grew more popular among the customers. About a year ago, I made her the star of our exotic dance night, where she used to perform foreign songs in exotic costumes. I was actually sorry that I had to send her away, and not only because her replacement doesn't fit into our old Cleopatra costume. So that's where Waddell, the director, must have seen her and said, that's my Cleopatra. She was in a Cleopatra costume in the exotic dance night. 3 years she worked here. Can you tell us more about her personal life, we ask. I wouldn't know much about that. I don't think she got on well with her family. She was close to Polly, the barmaid. I've been trying to squeeze her into Charlotte's costumes. Polly should turn up for her shift in 5 hours, or you can just try her home. She lives across the street from Charlotte's place at Newington Causeway 76. Well, that's interesting. She lives just across the street, huh? Polly. Okay, so we know that Charlotte lived here, and Polly lives at Newington 76. So that's Newington Castaway right here. So there she is living across the street at 76. So fired for stealing on Wednesday. I guess if we're keeping track of a timeline type thing, we should write down that she was fired Wednesday for stealing. Stealing from a man, stealing from his coat pocket. He was making a fuss, but no description of the man. Okay, and then we've got her friend Polly. All right, let's talk to Polly. Oh, and we also heard that she had family trouble. I'm very keen to talk to her sister. Her sister would be the one person that would know if Charlotte has a different life. It does seem like something happened to Charlotte 3 years ago. All right, we'll talk to Polly, who lives next door. Then we'll try to find her sister, I think. All right, so 76 Southeast. So we're keeping track of all the places we go because it seems like it's quite likely we may have to come back and reread some of these entries. Okay, 76 Southeast. Let's see what Polly says about this. Is the barmaid that was her friend at the Bar of Gold. This is going to be the friend that helped Holmes find the body, right? Remember, he says someone at the Bar of Gold, a friend of hers, helped us track her down. That would make sense. She helped track her down because she says she was right across from me. I'll show you. All right, so I think we found the person who was the friend of Charlotte who showed him where she lived. The first thing we glance of Polly Sutter through the door crack is a pair of deer-like brown eyes. They immediately turn watery when we tell her that we'd like to speak to her about Charlotte's death. She invites us into her tiny room and sits down on an unmade bed. She's unusually tall, but instead of moving gracefully on her long legs, she seems unsure on how to use them best, which gives her something even more fawn-like. How long have you known Charlotte Keene? Wiggins asks cautiously. About 2 years, she mumbles, trying to compose herself. We became friends when I started working at the Bar of Gold. I'm not sure if I would have been able to stay there this long without Charlotte. She knew how to take things with humor. Polly produces a mixture between a chuckle and a sob. Backstage, she would sometimes recite Shakespeare monologues in her ridiculous costumes while we were nicking some of Beckwith's whiskey. Here she is. She knows her Shakespeare. Wow. this woman had training. You can't just read Shakespeare. It's totally different. Sounds totally different than normal English, although we are back in the 1800s. But you can't just recite Shakespeare monologues. Normal people don't recite Shakespeare monologues. She's not even reading it at this point. She's just reciting it from memory. This woman had clearly classical training. So we follow up. So Charlotte was stealing from her employer, we ask. Polly hesitates for a moment before she seems to decide that honesty won't hurt her friend. Well, actually, she was mainly stealing from guests, Polly says. I guess Beckwith knew as well, to be honest. He's too greedy to pay us more, so I guess he preferred to turn a blind eye as long as things didn't become too obvious. Charlotte was smart. She usually managed to take things that weren't missed by their owners soon enough to link their disappearance to her. And she sold and pawned them all over town. Okay, so pawn shops would be something we might look into. Why is Charlotte doing this? I guess it was just bad luck that she was caught and fired. We ask when Charlotte was caught stealing. Well, it was on Wednesday evening. I think she got too greedy. She was trying to take the wallet of a customer who turned out less drunk than he'd appeared. And you were present when her body was discovered, right? Wiggins asks. Polly nods, again mopping her eyes. Yeah, that was yesterday afternoon. I was at the bar when this director fellow came looking for her. I couldn't believe that she was finally going to be in a real play. I was so excited for her. I couldn't wait to break the news. Beckwith let me go. It was a quiet afternoon anyway, so I took the director to Charlotte's place, where we found her. The door wasn't even closed properly, and there she was lying on her bed, dead. Polly blows her nose. After a short pause, we ask, do you think Charlotte killed herself? It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, I don't know. She was a bit weird lately. Polly pauses for a moment. She seemed nervous. It all started after this guy came looking for her at the Bar of Gold. That must have been Tuesday. It was her free evening, so he didn't find her there, and he harassed me for her address. I did not want to give it to him. I had a bad feeling, but Beckwith got wind of the discussion and told him where Charlotte lived. Customer is king, you know. So Tuesday, the guy's looking for her. But Tuesday is her free evening. That's interesting. And then she is the one who took the director, not Holmes, to our house to find her. All right, so this is kind of important because reading this now, it doesn't look like Charlotte ever knew she was going to get the part. Right? Because according to Polly, the director walks in and he tells Polly, hey, where's the dancer? I want to hire her to be in my play. And Polly's so excited. He's like, oh my God, I can't wait to tell her. Come on, we'll go together and tell her. So I don't think Charlotte knew she was going to be in this play. But she was nervous lately. Since a guy came looking for her, I think this is someone who's going to, maybe it's someone who's going to expose her past life. I'm not sure. She had a bad feeling about this guy. Who is this guy? Okay, well, we ask her, can you describe the man? He was a wiry kind of guy, blonde, reddish hair, quiet voice. When I asked her about him later, I had the feeling she wasn't telling me the whole truth. She just said he was a customer from the bar who wanted to see her again, but I had a feeling there was more to it. Okay, blonde, reddish hair, wiry, quiet voice. Does this match our description of the guy who came into our apartment on Saturday? I'm not sure. I'm just going to write down a little bit of a description here. Blonde, reddish hair, wiry, quiet voice. Polly Sutter. I had a feeling there was more to it. Polly's face takes on a concentrated look. She continues. I'm pretty sure I had seen the man at the bar a day or two before he came looking for Charlotte. But I also think I've seen him somewhere else before, probably at the White Hart. Charlotte and I sometimes went there for a drink. Polly turns quiet and keeps staring intently at the dirty wooden floor. There's an icy draft through the old wooden windows, which seem to affect us even more than the young girl in her holey skirt. Before we leave Polly's paltry room, we ask about other people that Charlotte was close to. I don't think there are many, she says. She broke with her parents when she left home to become an actress. She kept contact with her twin sister, as far as I know. Do we have a twin sister issue? Do we have a twin issue? Are they exchanging lives? She kept contact with her twin sister, as far as I know, at least for some time. Josephine ended up marrying a wealthy doctor with a fancy office close to Buckingham Palace. They even took Charlotte in around a year ago. But apparently that didn't work out. Charlotte was back mere 2 months later. I haven't heard her speak about Josephine ever since. Also, I don't think she kept seeing any men for long after she'd left that loser Hadfield. And that was before we even met. Lots of people and clues and names in this case. All right, so this is very interesting now. So we've got an ex-boyfriend of Charlotte and now a twin sister whose name is Josephine. She broke with her parents. Josephine married a doctor with a fancy office near Buckingham Palace. Okay, so we've got a boyfriend, ex of Hadfield, ex-BF, and Josephine is married to a doctor near Buckingham Palace. I mean, that is pretty intriguing. So we were saying we wanted to find her sister. Buckingham Palace is, let's see, it's not, I thought it was near Parliament. Buckingham Palace. Okay, so Buckingham Palace is here. So we could try to find a doctor's office near Buckingham Palace. If we were having trouble finding her sister. So if you were a detective, if you were brainstorming, how do we find Josephine, the sister? Okay, let's just, before we look it up and go the easy way, let's just look it up. Okay, so we know her last name, right? Last name, if it's the same maiden name as Charlotte, we could try to find Josephine Keene by her last name in the directory. We could try to find doctor near Buckingham Palace. Any other way we might find her sister? Any other clues about her? Probably not. Oh, yes. As Anna pointed out, possibly newspaper might give us some clue. All right. Well, just for the fun of it, let's try to let's trace these three down and see if we find any or all of them have information. First, let's look up Keene and see if we find a Josephine Keene. Okay. So looking up Keene, I see a Keene and Ashwell business. That's probably not it. That means probably Josephine Keene is not in the directory, although we could stop by 87 Southwest. We don't know what kind of business that is. We could stop by that and see if that's related to our person. What about our doctor near Buckingham Palace? Okay, so Buckingham Palace is 35 Southwest. It's a fancy office. It might be abutting the park somewhere, but let's just look for doctors in the Southwest. Okay, here's our doctors. Let's see, any Southwest doctors. There's Trevelyan, Percy Trevelyan, 19 Southwest. He's the only doctor in the Southwest. Let's see if that 19 Southwest is indeed near Buckingham Palace. It's not right near it, is it? Where's our 19? 17, 19. Okay, well, that's not too far away. Certainly within a nice walking distance. I guess he could be in the Northwest near there also. Could even be closer. Let's just look up doctors. So we've got a doctor in 19 Southwest that could be a good candidate for her twin sister's husband. Let's see about Northwest. We've got Dr. Moore Agar, 93 Northwest. How close is that? Not very close. Oh, wait a minute. Where is 93 Northwest? Near the park. 99, 88, 89. '92, '93. That's pretty far from Buckingham Palace. Let's rule that one out. Any other Northwest? No. 42. Oh, Watson. I wonder if it's Watson. No, surely Watson would have spoken up. And Watson is practicing at 221B Baker. That's pretty far from Buckingham Palace. All right, so that's our doctor potential address. Now let's look in the paper and see if we can't spot something. Anna says maybe Keene isn't even her real name. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she's not taking on a new name, although the sister now opens a different possibility. Like if we find out the sister is a trained actress, that's going to be suspicious. Let's see if we can't find anything about a doctor or another Keene, Josephine, etc. Bicycles, bicycles. I should have written down what the doctor's name is, because that would be Josephine's. It was Percy something, right? 19 Southwest was Trevelyan. Percy. Okay, let's just see. Bicycle accidents. Any mention of a doctor? Witness wanted attempted murder. Maybe it's time we take a look at this in case we run into this. Scotland Yard's looking for witnesses in the attempted murder of Joseph Fry. We have no he hasn't come up in our case, but something to keep our eye open. The cocoa manufacturer was walking along Victoria Embankment near Waterloo Bridge at around 7 p.m. on Friday when he was pushed into the water by an unknown man. Fry was rescued by sailors who managed to drag him out of the water roughly 300 yards downstream, brought him to the hospital with severe hypothermia. Fry describes his attacker as tall and bulky, dressed in black. However, due to the dark and the heavy rain shower, as well as the suddenness of the attack, Fry could not describe the perpetrator in detail. Anyone who might contribute should contact Scotland Yard. So if we found out that our girl was murdered near here, you could imagine this person could have been running away from the scene and pushed this guy in. Another burglary. Let's just look at this other crime in case it comes up. There's been another burglary near Regent's Park. Sir Walter Endicott is the latest target of what appears to be a series of break-ins. While he and his wife were dining at a restaurant, potential suspect climbed up their trellis, smashed into their bedroom window. Culprit purloined several valuable pieces of jewelry. The burglary took place on Friday night. All right, well, nothing jumped out there. So shall we visit this doctor and see if we can't stumble on the sister's life? Okay, 19 Southwest is the doctor. Let's see if there is an entry for it. Okay, indeed there is. Dr. Trevelyan's office is on the second floor overlooking Victoria Street. The elegant anteroom is empty, but we hear voices from Trevelyan's office and thus politely sit down, hats perched on our knees to wait for the doctor. Okay, so this could crack our case wide open if we learn about this, how to get and talk to the sister. It's continuing here. When he finally leads a well-heeled elderly lady through the door, he looks surprised to find his waiting room this crowded. My usual consultation hours are from Monday to Saturday, from 8 to 4 o'clock, he says, with a polite reproach to his voice. When we mention Charlotte's name, his brows contract even further. After he has helped Lady Whittington down the stairs, he joins us on the chintz chairs and lights a cigar. We learned about Charlotte yesterday afternoon. Josephine was quite upset, of course, but I was under the impression that the investigation was already more or less closed. This is normal hours and tells us the name of the woman who is in. Okay. Percy Trevelyan is a slim man in his late 30s. His temples have already started to turn gray. So we've got a little bit of a description here. Slim man in his 30s. That sounds like one of our suspects, but I don't know about his hair. He exudes a sense of calmness and confidence as he answers our questions. Yes, I actually saw Charlotte this week, the first time in 1.5 years. It was on Wednesday morning. I came home earlier for lunch than usually. It had been a very quiet day at the office, and I caught Charlotte pleading with Josephine in the hallway. Josie has a good heart. Too good, I guess. I often tried to convince her that her misguided sense of charity didn't serve Charlotte well. Interesting. Wednesday morning. It was obvious that her sister had again been begging for money, and she intentionally singled out a time when I would not be home. She had come up with one of her outlandish stories again, why she would die if we didn't give her a huge amount of money, blah, blah. She's made up these kind of stories before. So I just took her out by the scruff of her neck and told her never come begging for money again. That my personnel was to call the police straight away if they ever saw her close to my house. Did Charlotte often struggle with financial problems? Wiggins asked. Well, she did overspend her budget. I don't know what she was earning in that shady dance club of hers, but I did have the feeling that her dresses were fancier than her financial situation should allow for. And of course, she had that misguided idea she was going to become an actress and lead a glamorous life, even though, do not get me wrong, I should probably be the last to criticize Charlotte's looks, seeing that I married her twin sister. But she just wasn't star material. Pretty, yes, probably even talented, but far from stunning. Maybe this is what she finally came to understand. He's not painting a picture like I thought of a secret life of a classically trained actress. Before we leave, we asked Dr. Trevelyan what he and his wife were doing on Friday night and Saturday morning. As I've told you, he attempts a feeble smile, my consultation hours on Saturday are from 8 to 4. I was a bit late because I had spent Friday evening at a gathering at the National Military Museum. My father was a long-serving military surgeon. This is why I sometimes still get invitations to this sort of events. On Friday evening, I stayed in the office late and took care of some paperwork before I went straight to the museum. I guess I left the office at around 6 o'clock. Josephine was not accompanying me because she had gotten a telegram from her old friend Tabia Cranmer, an invitation to see her in the new flat the family had just moved to. I was back home at 10:30 and went straight to bed, with everyone else in the house already sound asleep. Wow, lots of timeline stuff. Jonathan Warner is normally our timeline information. So he says he's busy on Saturday from 8 to 4. He had a Friday evening gathering at the National Military Museum that we could check on. Friday evening is when she's killed, right? That's our timeline from our coroner. Puts her death, I believe he said Friday between 6 and 6:30. We might want to... I didn't even bother to write that down somehow. Obviously, we need to know timeline of her death. Let's just start a new timeline chart here. I believe we're told Friday between 6 and 6:30 p.m. But we'll have to verify that. So he gives us a bit of an alibi, although he says he's in his office. But he claims he left his office around 6 o'clock. And then we're told about a new person. She had gotten a telegraph. So this is where Josephine would claim to be during the time when our victim was killed. So that would be another reason to check with this person, to check her alibi. And he's back home at 10:30 and everyone's asleep. Now, I think it might be useful. This is why we map where places are, because he said he's in his office, which is, do we mark it on our thing? 19 Southwest. Let's mark it. So he says he's in his office, and then he went to the National Museum. Or where did he go? To the National Military Museum. I actually think that may be one of maybe the military prison. There's one issue with the military prison that gets aliased to the National Military Museum. Let's just see if that's right. So there's a military prison and then a Millbank prison. And I seem to remember that that was one of the rare things that's different in the old and new directory. So I'm going to actually look that up here in the old directory and see if I see it. So it's not national, but military museum. I seem to be wrong. We've just got military prison here. So if that's not, it's not in the newspaper. I'm not sure. I was just trying to think, like, if his museum is right near her house, and that's not a great thing, but I don't see museums or National Military Museum. So without any other information, that's maybe what you would call a soft alibi, if he really was there. Could look that up in the paper. See if there's any articles about that. Yes, there is. Look at that. John Churchill's watch back on display. The pocket watch of the legendary General John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, is back on display at the National Military Museum. Its return has been celebrated with an official gathering on Friday. We're glad that this important piece is back in our collection, Director Richard Overholt told the Sunday Times, and we keep hoping that the rest of the loot will find its way back, maybe even in a similarly strange fashion. So, oh, I see, it's continued. Okay. We're told the name of this guy. Let's see how it continues. The watch had been stolen along with other precious artifacts in a burglary which occurred on the night of January the 8th. Curiously, the pocket watch had been returned to the police merely 2 days later by Graham Barad, whose employee had bought the watch for a small sum from an unknown young lady. Only later did Barad himself come to understand the object's value and informed the police. However, Scotland Yard has neither been able to find out more about the watch's previous holder nor about the whereabouts of the other artifacts, among them Charles Stanhope's diary and Sir James Pulteney's compass. Is this related to our case? So we've got a burglary on January 8th. It's January 15th, so this is 1 week ago. Someone bought it from an unknown young lady. Remember, we're told she steals and pawns stuff. So we could talk to the guy who bought it from a young lady, see if he recognizes our woman having stolen it. Or we could talk to Richard Overholt, the guy who ran this showing, and find out if the Josephine's doctor husband actually did show up and does have a strong alibi. But I want to see what he says again about why he's there. He says, I spent the evening at a gathering of the National Military Museum. My father was a long-serving military surgeon. That's why he gets invitations. So it's not like he's getting invitation to his father's watch. Like, it's not, she hasn't stolen that watch from him. And we still haven't talked to the sister directly. But we know this is what the sister was doing. She was hanging out with this woman. Just trying to think, what is our theory here? Hard to formulate a theory here. Why would you kill her? There's a mystery guy who shows up looking for her. There's lots of clues for us to go visit. I'm just trying to think in my head, like, we've got lots of clues now and very little theory. Now, Watson likes to say, or rather, Holmes likes to say, don't prematurely try to theorize, just go collect data until it all fits together. But we don't play it that way. We like to theorize early and often. We're very curious about Charlotte Keene's life. Are there other ways to find out about her life? She had 3 sets of keys, or 3 keys, I guess. This might be a time to sort of try to make a list of all outstanding clues. There's more than normal here, though. She had an apron and keys. Did everyone catch that weirdness about... I'm going to write this down in our things to reconcile. There was an interesting comment that was made by Polly, her friend. And what she said was, she said she moved in with the sister for a few months, right? She moved in with sister for a few months. But we're also told that she's been letting that house for 3 years. Isn't that's a little, I mean, how do you reconcile that? She's got her rented apartment for 3 years, and yet she was living with the sister for 2 months, and she owed money on her apartment. It's just weird. Like, what? I wonder if there's some misunderstanding there about, like, okay, maybe she's been renting that apartment off and on for 3 years. I love this. I love when we're talking to the doctor and he says, I should probably be the last person to criticize her looks, given that I'm married to her twin sister. I'm going to start I'm going to make a list of places we don't want to forget to check out. So there were pawn shops, chemists, the National Museum. There's a lot more, but these are just ones that I think we might otherwise forget. Um, so if she stole, if, I mean, this could be totally unrelated, these burglaries and our woman, but you could imagine if she's a bit of a thief, she's an actress too, so she could make herself up to look like someone else. Is it possible that it's another twin sister thing? Like, could she have killed her sister and is now taking the life of, taking over the sister's life? Seems like the husband would know the difference. Oh, the florist. Don't forget, she's last seen leaving with a fancy hat and flowers. Trying to think how we go about learning more about Charlotte. I mean, we could talk to the guy who was sold the watch from an unknown lady. I mean, that could be important, obviously, but it also seems like a long shot. Like, as a detective, we should be going to more obvious clues first. So I think rather than do the long shot guy who bought the watch, I'd like to follow down the sister lead. I mean, we traced down the doctor because we're looking for the sister. We didn't find the sister. We talked to the doctor. He gave us his alibi, which we probably chased down, but he also told us what the wife was up to and how to find her. So I think we should do that first. So he tells us about Tabea Cranmer, the sister's friend. She got a telegraph. She got a telegraph. All right, let's try to find. Oh, I suppose that probably means that Tabea Cranmer is not going to live in London. Anna says, look for the doctor's house. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. So yeah, I think we'd have to go to a telegraph office to find out where that telegraph was sent, but I think you're right. You're very smart to go to the doctor's house now that we know his name. Okay, let's try that. Percy Trevelyan, 4WC. Very nice. So as you guys know, I'm working on my own detective game inspired by Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and I'm actually building directories and maps now. So this is interesting that they've got that he's a doctor in this white pages. That might be something for me to think about. Okay, so 4WC home. Okay, let's go visit his home and see if we can't find his wife. So there's 4WC. Let's see what we got here. All right, well done. The Trevelyan's live in a beautiful mansion that must have been even prettier with the wisterias on the trellises blossoming in summer. Still, admiring the facade, we are not prepared for the scream that greets us as the front door is opened. "Oh no! Hold him! Hold him!" a woman screams, while we are still unsure whom to hold. Wiggins has already caught the runaway by the hind leg. It's a tiny red tomcat. "Oh, thank goodness," the maid in the door said. "We only got him on Thursday, and Miss Trevelyan is so fond of him." The servant takes the squirming kitten as we enter the hall. She informs us that Dr. Trevelyan is at his office to see an important patient, but that Miss Trevelyan, is up in her room. It worries the maid that we want to talk to Josephine about her deceased sister. "Miss Charlotte's death has greatly upset Miss Trevelyan. She refuses to eat and does nothing but sit in her room leafing through old diaries." Is she reacquainting herself with the sister's life because she's taken over her identity? The servant, nevertheless, leads us up the wooden staircase into a bright room with delicate floral tapestry. She puts the kitten down on a blue rug and silently closes the door behind her. Josephine Trevelyan puts away the book in her hand and turns to us. She's small and frail, with very symmetric but somewhat plain features. Her dark blonde hair is fixed in a tight bun. Her gray eyes are red from crying. While we explain our mission, she stays calm. Then, after a long pause, she asks, "How can I help you?" Remember, she's an actress, a very skilled actress, perhaps. So she could act like her sister. "Well, when did you last speak to your sister?" Wiggins asks. "When did I—" Josephine Trevelyan breaks off and is visibly trying to put her thoughts together. Let's see. It must have been on Wednesday, I guess. She came here to ask for money, but Percy threw her out of the house." "Was that the last time you saw her?" we ask. "Yes, I think so," Josephine answers. "Really, you think so? Seems like you would know for sure." We ask her if her sister seemed desperate enough to end her life when they met. "Well, she did seem to want that money pretty badly. And she talked about somebody threatening her, so maybe this was the solution she came up with." Suddenly, Josephine seems to become aware of the harsh expression in her voice and on her face and looks up at us with a somewhat deranged smile. "I'm sorry, this has all been really quite hard on me. Obviously, I feel guilty and please forgive my hysterical drivel," she adds in a much softer voice before lifting the kitten, which has been trying to climb up her skirt, up onto her lap. Charlotte didn't try to ask for money again, even though her situation was supposedly life-threatening, we ask. "No, Percy told the staff was to call the police if she came near the house." Again, Charlotte didn't dare come back. There's a short silence. "So you think Jeremy Waddell's casting decision You don't think Jeremy Waddell's casting decision had anything to do with the matter?" Wiggins asks. "Well, what do you mean?" Mrs. Trevelyan asks, confused. Apparently, we are the first to tell her why it was Jeremy Waddell who discovered Charlotte's body. Josephine stares into midair for some time. Remember, we remarked that Charlotte Keene had not been informed by Waddell yet either. So if this is Charlotte, who's taken over her sister's identity, this would also be the first time she's heard about it. What do you think? Is there a reason why? I guess in both cases, neither sister would have heard this already. Right? We have no reason to think that the sister would have heard it. She stares into midair for some time before she's interrupted by an attack. Oh, the kitten's attacking her. It recognizes she's not the real woman, maybe. You darn little, she mumbles, putting down the tomcat. After another pause, Wiggins repeats his question. Well, Josephine says slowly, it definitely sounds suspicious. I've always told my sister that the show business was no environment for a decent woman. It seems I was right, one way or the other. We asked Mrs. Trevelyan about the last few days. Well, on Friday, I visited my childhood friend, Tabea Cranmer. I hadn't seen her in ages. I left with a carriage. It must have been around 5:30, and arrived back at the house by 9:30. She telling us she took a cab and that we can find that cab record, maybe? And your husband? He had this thingamy at the military museum on Friday evening and came home after me. And when did he leave? Pardon? I guess sometime after I left the house. Yes, it must have been later. And yesterday he went into his office while I stayed in, nurturing a little cold. The news about Charlotte reached us by early evening. It was, of course, her voice tails off, her lips trembling. We thank Mrs. Trevelyan for her time and are guided out of the house by the maid. So have we caught her in a lie here? She says her husband had a thing on Friday evening. And then we ask when he left. Now, we know he left straight from his office, right? But is she trying to claim he left from home? When did he leave? And she says sometime after I left the house. Yes, it must have been later. Have we caught her lying because she doesn't know her husband left from work? Are you reading that the same way I am? Let me just go back to read what the doctor said. So let's say Wednesday afternoon, he comes home for lunch. He sees the two arguing. He pulls out the sister by the scruff of her neck. We say, where were you Friday night? He says, Saturday from 8 to 4. I was late. I'd spent Friday evening at the gathering. On Friday evening, I stayed in the office late and took care of paperwork before I went straight to the museum. I left the office at 6. So he's at the office all day. So he's at the office before 6 p.m. and doesn't come home till late at night. And then when we ask her, when did your husband leave? And she says, sometime after I left the house. So she's claiming that at 5:30, he was still at the house. Isn't that what she's saying? I think we've just caught her lying about the husband at house. But lying's not the right word. It's that she doesn't know. She doesn't know that the husband wasn't home because it's not Josephine anymore. We're talking to Charlotte Keene, who's read up in the diaries that where the husband went or whatever, but she doesn't know the detail of where he left from. So I think we've just caught Charlotte in the lie that's going to get her caught. And Anna is now speculating that she lured her sister with the telegram that killed her and took her place. I think that makes a lot of sense. That she went and sent a fake telegram that probably said something like, meet me here. And that would have been where she killed her. So, telegraph office would be a nice place to go. We could look up the friend, although she's probably outside of London. So we have a theory now. We have a theory. I guess you could say we almost have a complete theory of the case. We have a motive. You kill the sister so you can take over her life and get access to her money. Scratches on hand, new kitten, very nice. Very smart, very perceptive. It didn't really say they were on her hand, but all over her arms and stuff. But that's so Anna is pointing out something key. Anna is saying, if our theory is that the dead woman is Josephine on Friday night, Anna is saying the scratches on the body of the person in Charlotte's bed has scratches that which would make sense if those scratches came from if that's Josephine's body, because Josephine has a new kitten since Thursday that could have been scratching her up. We noticed that the kitten was scratching this woman here. We thought, okay, maybe she doesn't know her, but the kitten is new, so maybe that's not the clue we get from that, but rather the fact that that explains the scratches on the body. Okay, so I think we've probably solved this case, the core part of it, but that doesn't mean we can prove it. And the cab ride would be another way to find out where she might have met with her death and how exactly she was killed and where. All interesting, important questions, but it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Cleopatra's Death. I keep wanting to say Death of Cleopatra. There must be in English, there's interesting linguistic studies about why for example, you would say birds and bees rather than bees and birds. Like there's unspoken linguistic rules of what sounds right, what doesn't. I don't think this is one of those cases. Okay, so we believe we've probably cracked the heart of this case. We have no direct evidence yet, though, and we've got lots of trails to go down to try to prove it. We now believe that Charlotte killed her sister, lured her sister to her death, killed her, and has now taken over her identity, motivated mostly by money troubles. We believe she might have been lured away with the telegram, so I think the natural next place to go is a telegraph office. Let's see if we can't find that. Okay, so telegraph office is 37 EC. I believe this got added to, was it the Baker Street Irregulars box? One of the boxes put this in sort of the Allies list or something. Maybe I'm misremembering. I know that you know what it may have been? It may have been that one of the, if not this set of Allies, someone, I think maybe. So there's another set of cards from Allies that I use that were made many, many years before this one that uses printable business cards. And I think they may have actually printed a business card for the telegraph office. Let's see if we can't find that telegraph office. By the way, a little typo in the downloadable thing. All right, well, looks like we found it. Let's see what we can make from this. We managed to convince the young employee to show us the telegraph that Josephine Trevelyan received on Thursday afternoon. Josephine, would love to see you again. Come visit at our new flat, Borough High Street 7, tomorrow at 5:30 for tea. Address, answer to landlady at Mrs. Jetley's boarding house, Tabea. So look at that. This is exactly what we expected. Tabea lives out of town, but apparently here comes a telegraph telling her, hey, we just got a place in London. I want you to come by. When? 5:30. Remember, they think the coroner thinks the body was died between 6 and 6:30. And then she says, don't send the reply to me. Send it to the landlady at this boarding house where we're going to find, remember, there were keys on the body. I wonder if we're not going to find some keys to this place. Okay, well, it's not finished yet, though. When we asked the young man if Josephine sent an answer, he shows us this short note. Thanks for the invitation. We'll be there at 5:30. Yours, Josephine. Okay, so this is going to be her sister setting her up for death. Borough Hill, High Street 7, Miss Jetley's boarding house. Okay, well, we caught her. Borough Hill 7, Miss Jetley boarding house. All right, we're on their trail now. So where is that? Is that going to be right near where she lives? Yes, in fact, it is going to be near where she lives. Remember, she lives here, her friend lives here, and here's Borough Hill High Street 7. So she's walked across, She's rented a flat for a couple days to kill her sister, and she's going to kill her sister and guess maybe just drag her to her house. Okay, so let's go to Borough Hill High Street 7 and see if we can't catch her. Seven Southeast. Okay, here we go. You're already the second one asking for Tabea Cranmer this week, says a toothless woman who's bringing home turnips from the market. A young lady asked me about her on Friday evening. I've been living here for 27 years, and I can assure you there's no Tabea here and nobody called Cranmer in this house. Some fool must have put our address somewhere it doesn't belong. Mrs. Jetley just told me yesterday she got a telegraph which made absolutely no sense. Can you tell us more about the woman who was looking for Tabea Cranmer? Wiggins asked. She didn't look as if she belonged here. Too much clean, much too fancy. I think she was even wearing a fur hat. Oh, now the pieces come into place. Remember, we're seeing... Maybe, remember the lady where Charlotte lives sees Charlotte leaving in a fur hat and flowers. And I think what she saw is she saw her dressed up as her sister. So her sister arrives wearing a fur hat. I remember she had a bouquet of white flowers. Anyway, the other young woman approached us. Another young woman approached us. She was wrapped up in her scarf and a hood. It was really cold after all, but she must have been around the same height and the same age as the first woman. The second woman seemed to know Miss Fur Hat, so I backed off. It's really nasty outside after all, but I hadn't even closed the door behind me when they started shouting at each other. So here's the confrontation with Charlotte and Josephine. And she's got our flowers, right? So now we know about where the flowers in the fur hat came from. They were Josephine's, who brought to meet with her friend. The old lady did not understand what the fight was about, but leads us to Mrs. Jetley's door. The gaunt woman with graying hair remembers the argument quite vividly since it started off right before her kitchen window. As soon as the woman with the fur hat saw the other one, the woman with the scarf around her head, she started to get angry. She asked something like, "What are you doing here? Did you set this up?" Then the woman with the scarf was pleading with her, saying she really needed her help and this was the only way she could think of to get to speak to her again. She sounded rather desperate, but the woman with the fur hat was too angry to listen to her pleas. She said something like, "Do you really think lying to me like this is going to make me believe you?" Shook off the old woman's hand and stormed off. Stormed off Borough High Street into that direction. Mrs. Jetley beckons to her window, which looks southeast. Sounds like maybe she didn't plan to kill her. It wasn't premeditated, maybe. Although she's dressed up, disguising her identity, I'm not sure. The other woman followed, screaming something that sounded like Josie. The part of the street they ran down was pitch black that evening, so I could not see them anymore. But when I went back to preparing my dinner, I heard a woman scream, not far down the road. Sound was drowned out by the rattling of a merchant's carriage that came down the street toward my house. So I could not understand what the screens were saying. Sounds like maybe we've got a witness. Before we leave, we ask Mrs. Jetley for the telegraph. It takes her some time to extract a crumpled piece of paper from her trash can. It says, "Thanks for the invitation. We'll be there 5:30. We've already seen that one. Okay. So, Borough High Street Southeast. So actually, it sounds like they headed southeast, huh? Looks southeast, Borough High Street in that direction. So it sounds like they met here and she started heading down this dark alley. So I wonder if we're not going to find evidence of the body being killed and brought through here, through this alley here. Like this is where she lives, right? So it would make sense if she brought the body this way, but you might want to check for witnesses here, especially if we've got a merchant going the other way. You might look for a merchant here or here. I think probably 78 and 79 might be reasonable places to look for a witness. So shall we just check 78 and 79 southeast for witnesses? Merchants. 78, 79 don't have entries. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that was pretty huge. So according to what they overheard, it doesn't sound premeditated. But I'm not too sure I believe that. Like if I was a detective working the case and the sister's like, well, I didn't mean to kill her, but I dressed up in a disguise and I sent this message, it's a little iffy. So our theory then is that she killed her and took her body. I just want to look about this part because I could not see them. When I went back to Brian, I heard a woman scream not far down the road. Stormed off Borough High Street in that direction. So I'm a little confused about this Borough High Street direction. Then she sees a woman, a merchant. She hears a scream. Merchant carriage that came down the street towards my house. Like, I'm a little concerned that maybe that southeast is wrong. Southeast would mean from this direction this way. They're here. But it also seems to be saying it was down Borough High Street, which would be southwest. I am going, oops, sorry. I am going to, because of that merchant cab being a possible witness, I'm really curious about. I think that I'm going to look down. So I looked down this way to see if someone brought the body this way through 79, 78. We didn't find anything. I'm tempted to look to see about any witnesses here at 80 and 8. Maybe even 5, although she seems to, yeah, maybe even 5, 80 and 8. I just want to see if we can't catch a witness. 5, 80 and 8. They were going, let's see, they were going towards Borough High Street. Yeah, I mean, if they were going towards Borough High Street, they weren't going southeast. That's the part that's confusing me. But let's check out 88 and 5. All right, well, there's no 5, but there is an 8. And there is an 80. Okay, so this is where the new house was that she arranged to meet her at. And then there's 8, there's 80, and there's 5. 8 and 80. So let's, if we were detectives called to this house and we knew this is where the body was found and this is where they walked off, this way or this way, it would be natural that we would go to these on the way, maybe check that one. So let's start with 80. Is everyone on board with this? If we see it reading something that we shouldn't, then we'll stop. And I can see this is anticipating that we are canvassing Borough High Street. So I think we're okay. Maybe a little, maybe this is this may be a bug worth fixing. If this may be a bug worth fixing if I'm misreading that southeast thing. So let me just write this down before I read this. In case this is a bug or maybe I'm just misreading it wrong. So at 7 Southeast, when we go there, we talk to her and she says they're having this fight. She says they stormed off Borough High Street into that direction. And she beckons to her window, which looks southeast. North, south, west, east. So I believe that's literally the way I read that, at least, is that it's pointing this direction. Which would be a way you might go to lead you into darkness or to run away. But I believe that the clue should have had her walking this way, southwest, down this street. I think that's what the game intended to say. So if we are going to make a note for Suzanne, at least a misunderstanding. In my part, does anyone else read that differently and think that I'm reading it wrong? Or does everyone agree with me that it probably should have read heading southwest? All right, well, let's read that. Maybe we'll see if we're right or wrong. As we walk down Borough High Street, we spot several street lanterns that have been smashed. The street is already dismal by day and must be even more so once the sun has gone down. Wiggins jumps up on the high pavement when a carriage suddenly turns around the corner at breakneck pace. Holy. I wonder if now it's gonna turn out that that Josephine was killed by a merchant cab, by a horse-driven carriage, and that Charlotte didn't kill Josephine but just took advantage of the dead body. That's interesting. A wrinkly old man peers out behind the curtains on the ground floor. With a gesture, Wiggins asks him to open the window. Sorry to disturb you, he says, but did you see two young women come by here on Friday evening who were having a fight? The old man clears his throat. Well, it's pretty dark with those lanterns gone. I wonder when somebody is going to do something about that, but I guess you don't care about that, and I can hardly see what's going on before my own house. Yeah, I can't hardly see what's going on before my own house. He's obviously deeply wounded that he's currently unable to use all his senses to spy on the neighborhood. So, I guess you didn't see those two ladies on Friday, Wiggins says, ostensibly putting back a coin into his pocket. I think this might be ostentatiously. Is the intention here that we're like making a show of the fact that we're not going to give him the coin because he didn't see the ladies? Sure I did, the old man hastens to say. Well, I couldn't see them very well, but I could hear them clearly. First woman was hurrying down the street on a pair of clacking heels, shouting at the second woman to leave her alone. The second woman kept following her, asking her to wait. I think the second woman caught up. She seemed to have more reasonable footwear. Got hold of the first woman. I heard her say something about some money she really needed, because otherwise someone else was going to kill her. There was a short silence before the first woman tried to wriggle free and started screaming, I'm sick of your lies. Let me go. Take your hands off me. For a moment, I couldn't hear what they were shouting because a carriage sped down the cobblestone street. But then I did hear a piercing scream and the sound of something heavy falling down. Once the noise of the carriage was moving away from us, I could hear one of the women wailing, Josie, Josie. I opened the window to ask if I could help them. The woman sounded really startled. She said everything was fine. Her sister was injured, but she was going to bring her home and take care of her. She didn't sound very fine, if you ask me. Anyway, I didn't hear the second woman speak, just heard them hobbling off. Although it sounded more as if the injured woman was dragged than she was walking herself. Upon request, the man beckons us to the stretch of pavement where the women must have been arguing. It looks just like the rest of the street, an uneven cobblestone, ground with holes in several places. The pavement towers high over the street. The curbstone is slanted in places and has rather sharp edges. Once they repaired the lanterns, now to take care of the street, the old man mumbles behind us. 8SE and 80SE count as the same lead. You will not gain further evidence by going to 80. Okay, so this is a little bit of this is a minor typo. This just means you won't gain further evidence by going to 8, because we are at 80. And 8 is going to say the same thing, but tell us that if we go to 80, 8E, it won't help. So it's just another guy. It's the same interaction with a guy at 8. So it's the same text. Okay, so we as we suspected, they head down southwest. A witness hears them arguing. A carriage roars by. He hears one woman fall and get hurt, hit her head. And then the other woman says, I'm going to take her home and take care of her. So it all makes complete sense. And then she took her to her house where she died of hitting her head. Let's mark that we've been there. So it now sounds like perhaps Charlotte didn't even kill her. It's possible that it was a complete accident and she was really killed by this carriage knocking her over. So she might not have even pushed her. She could have pushed her into the cab's path, but then maybe the cab would have realized they hit her and stopped. The fact that the cab may not have directly hit her, but made her lose her footing, makes more sense. Okay, Anna says maybe Charlotte didn't push her, just saw her death. I like this better. She took advantage of her sister's sudden death because someone was threatening her. So now we need to find the threatening. So it sounds like maybe she was involved in that jewelry theft and someone was coming to get money or something like that. Now, you could ask to try to find the merchant cab that roared by. Probably you can't, but it's not going to have any important witness. They're not going to witness anything we can't reconstruct already. So everything is confirmed for us. We now know why she was seen leaving with the fur hat and the flowers, because that's all what Josephine brought with her. But we do want to find out who was trying to kill Charlotte, that Charlotte's running away from, because that might be more crimes Charlotte's involved with. Anna has decided that it wasn't a deliberate murder. It was an accident. Yeah. Or some combination. Like maybe you're arguing with her, she's distracted. Maybe you're tussling with her a little bit, and she gets killed. So you didn't directly push her, but your actions contributed to her death, perhaps. Okay, we no longer need the cab anymore, because the cab will just prove to us what we already know, that Josephine arrived there when she did, and that maybe our girl Charlotte took the cab to their house after the death at 7 p.m. Might be nice to get that proof, but it's certainly not needed. We don't need the florist. We now know what that was all about. We don't need the husband's alibi to check him at the military museum, because we know he's not involved. But we could trace down the pawn shops, the person who bought the pawned watch. And we've probably got a couple more leads like that. All right, do you have a preference for which of those seems most interesting? Maybe it's time to look at the rest of the newspaper. See if we can catch whiff of this other secondary robbery. So we've got some births, some marriages, looks unrelated, some deaths, unrelated, bicycles, buys antiques, military paraphernalia. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't this guy, Graham Barnard, who bought the watch from an unknown woman. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where Graham Barnard works or buys his antiques. We've got more theaters. Nothing jumps out at being related to our case. There's a circus, 2 chimpanzees, the vandalism. Here's someone complaining about the street lamps being knocked out by hooligans. Let's see, safety bicycle. Massive rise in bicycle accidents, reckless drivers. Manufacturer M. Linley defends the two-wheelers as the future of transportation. Attempted murder. We don't know anything about this. Walking along Victoria Embankment near Waterloo Bridge. And someone knocked him over into the thing. I just want to look, where's Waterloo Bridge? Is this anything? Here's Waterloo Bridge. It's not near our stuff. This could be a side case that we could try to investigate just to see if Joseph Fry can be talked to or anything about this case, but it doesn't sound important for us. Here's another Scotland Yard. So we can go to Scotland Yard to hear about the robberies and burglary if we don't connect them on our own. Other artifacts. The watch's previous owner, more about the whereabouts of the other artifacts, Charles Stanhope's diary and Sir James Putney's compass. So maybe we could wrap all this up in side case. Okay, let's see what the chat says. Graham Barnard took back that watch. We should track him down. Hengler's Circus. It was in the first box for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Good clue about accidents with the bicycle article. Okay, so let's try to track down the robberies. We'll start by going to the guy who bought the pawned watch. Maybe we can expand from there. I wouldn't mind looking for a pawn shop near where our woman lived in the seedy area of the southeast. Let me just do that first, just because it's more fun to have discovered it by ourselves before this guy says it. So pawnbrokers, they're all in the east, which is not on our map, except for 173 EC. James Wolf. 73 EC. Is that anywhere near where she lives? Not that close. Well, let me just make a note. 73 EC. And where's our buyer of stuff? Bond Street 31. In the newspaper, the guy who buys old military paraphernalia is 31 Bond Street. Let's see if he's in the southeast. Well, that's not in the southeast. Southwest. New Bond Street is in northwest. Okay, so 31 Northwest is the newspaper antique buyer. Okay, let me see if my guess is right, that we're going to find that that's the same guy who bought Graham Barad. Let's see what Graham Barad is. So there's a Barad and Ones at 16 EC. And then a pawn shop and an antique newspaper is at 31 Northwest. And the pawn shop is 73 EC, in case we want to go there. Okay, so I wonder if that's going to be an actual antique shop. All right, well, let's just go there. So we're going to go to Gerard's house first, Barad's house, Graham Barad, who bought from an unknown lady. He's at 61 EC. Okay, there's no 61 EC. Interesting. Okay, so perhaps this is unrelated to us. Graham Barad, B-A-R-R-A-U-D. Let me just look that up again. Oh, I wrote 61. It's really 16. And that's why you double check. Okay, 16 EC. Let's see if we can find it now. Okay, there it is. All right. Martinez is here. Martinez, the author of some of my favorite Sherlock Holmes consulting detective fan cases. You can watch our playthroughs of those and my reviews of those on the stream. Has stepped in and said, I played this one already. I will not say a word. Okay, here we go. 16 EC. Even though the shop is closed, we spot someone moving behind the golden watches on display. After a fair share of knocking against windows and the door, an impressive man with an even more impressive handlebar mustache opens the door. It might not be obvious, he says, looking over the prominent close sign in the window, but we're closed. We give our excuses for the intrusion and ask to speak to him about Churchill's pocket watch. Apparently flattered by our interest, Graham Barad leads us into his shop and puts another log into the fire. Parts of disassembled grandfather clocks are strewn over his sales counter. I see, this is a watch place. The metal glimmering in the light of an oil lamp. I didn't buy the watch myself. It was my young apprentice, Mr. Wesley, Barad recounts. He bought it from a young woman who seemed to understand as little about its worth as young Wesley. He just paid her £2 and off she went. Only later did I realize the watch bore Churchill's initials and was most likely one of the treasures the police was searching for. So I contacted Scotland Yard and the watch went back to the museum. As far as I know, they couldn't yet find the woman who sold us the watch, or the person who stole it in the first place. Okay, so I think we've got a little bit of a theory here. And the theory goes something like this. Charlotte pickpockets someone, steals the watch, or robs someone, pawns it. The guy who at the pawn shop realizes it's this treasure from this serious robbery. And now the person that Charlotte pickpocketed from now is after Charlotte to kill her because she can lead them. If the cops trace back from the pawn shop to Charlotte and they say, hey, you stole a watch that's going to get you in jail for life from this big robbery, she's going to say, I just pickpocketed it from this guy, and give him a description. So the guy she stole from, who was upset with her at the bar, might be the original thief of this watch. Although why he's carrying this watch around with him, we don't know. But that's why he might want to kill her, because he's got to shut her up. Yeah. Okay, so, and that's what it's a little hinting at here. Or the woman who sold us the watch, or the person who stole it in the first place. So that's why Charlotte's on the run and desperate, because she's being hunted by the guy she stole from, who we got a physical description of at the gold bar. Okay, but no clues here. Just that she stole it for £2 and she didn't realize what she had. So then the question is, can we trace down more of this story, or is that all we're going to get? Let's hear the channel's theory about that. So she went to 16EC watch shop to sell the watch that she stole from someone. Now I want to hear the channel's theory about whether we can chase down that man and how we would chase him down. I have a theory, but I want to hear your theory. Okay, Scotland Yard, maybe. Anna says, I had a theory during the break, but you said to me, just go and drink some tea instead. All right, so I have a theory. At the gold bar, we're told when she was confronted by the guy she stole from. Anna says, burglaries in the paper? Maybe. But I was thinking cabs. Like, I was thinking, we know he went to her house to look for her. Remember, there's a guy slinking around who jumped into her apartment building. So I was wondering if we might catch him in a cab. We know a very specific, narrow time window when the guy was seen in that area. Right? We've got a guy at the gold bar, and we've got a guy that the landlady saw sneaking around the house, the apartment. So we've got two locations with two very tight timelines, I think. Let me just catch the timeline near our girl's house. Okay, let's do both of these. 33 Southeast was the bar of gold. So let's catch the guy who was mad at her then. A gentleman had caught her trying to steal from his coat pocket. He was making a huge fuss, so he had to let Charlotte go. This could have been when she stole it. So Wednesday night, she may have stolen it, and he's freaking out, this guy, saying, give it back, you stole it, and she's denying it. So this guy may have left here without getting it from her. So it could be that this is the Wednesday night, the watch stolen from at the gold bar. But doesn't she say someone came back looking for her? She was good on stage. Personal life. Where is the part about the guy asking for her location? That must... Where was the part about the guy asking for her and she doesn't want to tell him, but the barman tells her? Isn't that at the Bar of Gold? Isn't that what I'm reading? So it must be something else. Where was the scene? That was the friend Polly who said that. Okay, when we talked to Polly. Okay. That was 76 Southeast. All right, let me just read her thing again. Okay, so we're talking to Polly. She's known her for 2 years. Polly tells us that Charlotte's been robbing from customers and pawning them all over town. We ask when Charlotte was caught stealing. She says Wednesday evening. Okay, so there we go. Wednesday evening, she took the wallet of a customer. She was trying to take the wallet of a customer. Okay, so this might not have been when she took the watch, but she got caught. But then, let's read this again. She seemed nervous. It started after this guy came looking for her at the Bar of Gold on Tuesday. It was her free evening, so he didn't find her. He harassed me for her address, and the barman gave it to her. Okay. There we go. That's what we wanted. So Tuesday evening. Tuesday at the Bar of Gold. And then, which is 33 Southeast. He gives her her address of where she lives, which we know is 11 Southeast, which is Charlotte's home. Okay, now, here's our description of this guy that we're trying to find. Blonde, reddish hair, quiet voice, wiry. Remember, this is what we're trying to track down now. This is our second little thing. Okay, then when we go to her house, we get a long description from the landlord. And the landlord tells us about the strange guy she saw. Hey, we never talked to the neighbor who overhears them. We might want to do that before we finish this case, just for fun. Okay, so now here we go. Saturday morning. Remember, this is after she's dead, right? Yeah, she's dead by now, Saturday morning, but this guy's looking for her again. A man sneaked through the door to this section of the building. He came back not even a minute later, quite in a hurry to leave. 6 to 6:30. 6:30 a.m. Saturday at 11 Southeast. Description is 30. Pale, slim, another synonym for wiry. Woolen, black hat. So, am I wrong about the timeline? She's dead at this point, right? She's dead on Friday evening at 6:30. And this guy has found her has walked in and discovered her body, I guess. And that's why he's in quite a hurry to leave, I guess. Okay, so with that information, I think it's now time to check the cabs. We could try Lestrade at Porky Shinwell could have information on the robber too. Okay, so we could try Scotland Yard. We could try the cab logs, and we can see if Porky knows anything about this serious criminal. Okay, let's start with the cab drivers, because that's what I've been trying to trace down timeline information to get. Okay, here's the cab. Of course we've seen her before, laughed the first driver to whom we described Charlotte. She lives right across the street. I picked her up at Fenchurch Street 89, that's near London Bridge, and drove her home at the end of my shift. Must have been shortly after 9. We also find the driver who picked the lady up earlier in the evening. Well, we left around 5 o'clock and headed for Waldenbach Forest, where she got a bunch of Christmas roses. Then we headed south over Southwark Bridge, and I dropped her at Newcomb Street 7. She was reading the address off a telegraph. Didn't seem to know the neighborhood too well. I think she said she was going to visit an old friend in her new home. Wiggins asked if anyone observed anything curious on Friday evening. A middle-aged man with protruding ears starts to chuckle. Donna Peacock nearly fell out of my carriage while she was busy with her young escort. Does that count as curious? He clears his throat and continues in a much more serious tone. Not that I'd compromise my passenger's privacy, of course. All right, so we show him a picture of Charlotte, and what he basically starts talking to us is about Josie, right? This guy is talking about Josie following the telegram. But what's this? Picked her up at Fenchurch Street 89 near London Bridge. Drove her home. What is this? Something near London Bridge. Drove her home. And then Friday evening, Donna Peacock with her. I think this is just giving us an alibi for Donna Peacock. I'm not sure. This doesn't seem relevant, just a little story. But I'm a little bit curious about Fenchurch 89 near London Bridge. So here's London Bridge over here. And here's 89 Fenchurch. What's that all about, though? I think we're probably just going to learn that this is Josie's work and she was headed home. Let's just look that up. So 89 EC, just to make sure it's not important for us. Yeah, there's no entry for it. So I think it just must be Josephine. Josephine takes cabs. Charlotte doesn't. All right, so that cab log was not helpful to us. Where would you like to go next to find our burglar, to see if we can't get him arrested as part of our wrap-up of this case? There's another burglary near Regent's Park. We could go talk to the guy who got burgled. Scotland Yard is where witnesses went, so it seems like Scotland Yard is the way to go. Okay, Antina says Scotland Yard. and Anna says Scotland Yard. Okay, off we go then to Scotland Yard to hear about the burglaries and see if we can connect them to our wiry guy. 13 Southwest. Oh, which case did Holmes set you on? Inspector Lestrade asked while taking a big bite out of his sandwich. Military museum burglary or the Cocoa King assault? Remember, that's Joseph Fry. That was another newspaper story. When we tell him we're here to talk about Charlotte Keene, he squinches up his face. Have fun with that one, he says. Struggling young woman writes a suicide note and takes 3 bags of sleeping powder. Seems there are plenty of mysteries to be solved with that one. Lestrade starts picking up the sandwich crumbs from his papers. You're welcome back if you want to look into one of the actually interesting cases, but now I need to get some work done. All right. So this might be a clue that we can help solve those other cases. We can go visit with this guy. We can visit the Cocoa King guy and see how he was killed. That might be, these might be little side cases. Okay, well, so that was our second of 3 places we were thinking of to go get information about the burglar. Let's try our last one. Porky may know about such people. When we enter, Porky Shinwell is just about to empty a bucket of water over the head of a man sleeping underneath one of the benches. Must have been left over from yesterday evening. Just found him now when I was about to clean the place, he explains. Wiggins throws a skeptical look at the grimy tables around him. So you do clean the place sometimes, he asks. As we speak, Porky grins and turns over the bucket. The customer wakes with a curse and bangs his head against the bench above him, which makes him curse even more. He's a feisty, middle-aged man in a stained brown overcoat. Once Porky has chased the disoriented customer out of his bar, he ignores the puddle of water on his planks and sits down behind the counter. So now that I cleaned up, what can I offer you? He asks. We're looking for some information on a certain Charlotte Keene, Wiggins says. I never heard of her before, Porky answers. Not a lot of ladies around this place, apart from a certain kind of ladies. Charlotte Keene worked at the Bar of Gold and just missed the chance to star in a play at the Apollo Theater, Wiggins adds. Well, the Apollo Theater is not much of a competition for me, but I do miss some of my regulars on the Bar of Gold's exotic dance night. I've been wondering if I should introduce a dance performance, but then many of my clients come here to get away from the women in their lives. I've also heard the Bar of Gold is becoming less popular with my folks these days. Rumors about personal items having gone missing. Okay, so he does not help us. Just a little reminder about the robberies. Well, how are we going to catch our burglar? All right, well, related to the burglary, we've got this article, and then we've got another article about this attempted murder of Joseph Fry. It sounds like it wasn't a real attempted murder. Actually, he just fell in, but that's just my guess. Okay, if we wanted to follow through this with this burglary, what about the pawn shop that we didn't visit yet? 73 EC. Could she have sold something else? All right, so I'm going to the pawn shop. There is an entry for it. Let's see what it says. We can already hear Jabez Wilson coughing in his shop from around the corner. The sounds do not increase our desire to enter the dark store with its shelves full of jewelry, housewares, and items of clothing. It takes us a considerable amount of time to explain the reason for our visit. The old man is unable to refrain from coughing for longer than 15 seconds. When we finally get him to ask if he recognizes Charlotte Keene from our description, he nods. From his frequently interrupted tale, we gather that Charlotte came to the shop once in a while, usually to pawn small items, which she never redeemed. However, on Wednesday, she brought a bag full of her belongings. For the first time, she also pawned dresses, shoes, and crockery. That's why her apartment is so bare. She's going to leave town because she's going to be killed by this burglar that she robbed from. She seemed very desperate for money. It was clear that what she was offered wasn't nearly enough. He hasn't seen her that day. Okay, now we know why her apartment is so bare. She must have found a place to sell it all to because she was going to try to leave town. Could the neighbor have seen more? That's a great idea. The neighbor who could hear through the walls that we didn't visit. Okay. So when we went to Polly's house, 76 Southeast, she gave us the name of the neighbor. No, it wasn't Polly's house. It was when we went to her house, which was 11 Southeast. He says, talk to the neighbor, Mr. Grant. He's a cleaner at Crown Swimming. Let's see if he might have heard the burglar confront Charlotte. Crown Swimming. Is Crown Swimming Baths, 20 Southeast. Do you guys have your own copy of this that you've printed out, or are we just reading along with me? All right, 20 Southeast. I did see Charlotte on Friday night, Verlin Grant says. He leans outside a door that is emitting wonderfully warm vapors into the cold January air. When I came home at around 5:15, she was locking the door to her room. She looked as she always did. Thought she was on her way off to work. Grant stubs out his cigarette and starts rubbing his arms. She's apparently getting cold and wants us to get over with our interrogation. He stubbed at his cigarette, starts rubbing his arms. He's apparently getting cold and wants us to get over with our interrogation. He tells us he stayed home on Friday night and thus didn't see Charlotte again. But I might have heard her, he adds. Around 15 minutes later, I heard someone drag something heavy through the doorway, but not up the stairs. So I guess it must have been Charlotte. I could hear her bustling around her flat, and I think I also heard her door open and close 2 or 3 times throughout the early evening. Still remember that at some point she was suddenly walking across her room in the most ridiculous clacking high heels. But I'm pretty sure everything was quiet once I went to bed around 9. My bed's on the wall adjacent to her room, you know. Did you see or hear anything else? Maybe the next morning? Wiggins asks. Grant shakes his head. I woke up at 5 and left my room shortly thereafter. Everything was quiet then. Okay, so no new information, just complete confirmation of all of our theories. Okay, so confirmation of our stuff, but no, we're still not able to find the burglar. We don't know that we can find the burglar, make any progress on that case. But we're going to chase down some more leads before we wrap this up to see if we can't. But we need to take a break first. 2:42 a.m. here on Friday night. We've got our main case wrapped up. We have for a while, but we're chasing down loose ends. We're trying to see if we can't find the burglar who robbed Churchill's watch, whatever. In some ways, if you think about it, that may be the more important crime here, because we believe the sister may have accidentally died. So really the more important case would be to find the burglar that Charlotte pickpocketed from. On the other hand, Charlotte is alive and well, having stolen the identity of her sister, so she should be able to give us information about this guy if we turn her in. We've tried hard to find information about the robber, the original robber, without luck. So we're now back to some possibilities of some more allies, or visiting these other places in the newspaper. So let's walk through these. The military museum has a director who knows something about the original robbery. He says, we keep finding the rest of the loot will find its way back. So we can talk to Richmond Overholt. That would be a reasonable place to go. We talked to the doctor. Did he give us the name of a different person, or did he also say Richard? That was at 19 Southwest. Let me just see if he gives us a different name of a museum guy. He says he went to the National Mystery Museum. I guess he didn't name someone. I thought he did. Somehow I thought he told us who he visited at the museum. He went straight to the museum, went to bed. Okay, so it's not there, but it is in the paper. Let's look up Richmond Overholt. Okay, there's Richmond Overholt. 82 Southwest. See if he knows anything about the robberies. Then we can go to the papers if not. Mr. Overholt opens the door, though only so far that we can see one of her eyes, Mrs. Overholt, one of her eyes behind the door chain. Her husband, she informs us, before slamming the door, is at the museum. Okay. Well, where is this museum? Why can I not find it in the directory? The National... I wouldn't mind an address. The National Military Museum. Okay. Maybe the National History Museum is the National Gallery? National Military Museum? If I just look up military, I don't get anything. Now, at some point, I thought we played a game, and then in the original directory, it was Millibank was a museum. So I'm going to try... Oh, no, it wasn't Millibank that was a museum. One of these was a museum. I think it was this one. I think this military prison... So we played one old game where it referred to a military museum, and no, it's still military prison in the old directory, the old map. But I thought that at some point it was listed as a museum. So we might try here, military, or we might try Millibank. Or we might try the National Gallery. I'm going to try these two to see if one of these prisons is in fact the museum. Shouldn't we go to the museum? Yeah, but we don't know how to get there. But I'm thinking maybe it's one of these. I think, let me try 9 Southeast. No, it's not 9 Southeast. How about Millibank, 23 Southwest? No. Okay, so what am I doing wrong? National Military Museum, I don't know where it is. Maybe it means National Gallery. 24WC. No. Okay, so what are we doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Where is the National Military Museum? And why is it not? Let's see, what about museums? There's no section in the directory for museums. I could have sworn that there was some directory in the old directory that we went to, and we were looking for a museum. It was Royal. That's what it was. It was under Royal. Let's look up Royal. There it is. This is the one that this is my old memory. Okay, so my old memory, I believe we went to the asylum looking for, and it was a museum. So the Royal, not National, but Royal Military Asylum, 47 Southwest. Royal Military Asylum in the original directory. Now let's look up Royal here. And here you go. In the new directory, it's listed not as Royal Military Asylum, but Royal Military Museum. So, 47 Southwest, same address as in the old. Okay, so this is one of the rare changes. If you've watched and stayed around till now, almost 4 hours in, this is some very, very detailed Sherlock Holmes consulting detective esoterica. It's a little tiny bit of trivia. So a tiny change in the directory, one of the handful of changes, was that in the old directory it was called the Military Asylum, the Royal Military Asylum. In the new directory it's called the Royal Military Museum. That threw us off at some point because we were playing with the old directory and we were trying to find a museum and we found an asylum. We didn't realize it, so it had changed a little bit. But then the little secondary point here is that there's a little bug in this case. It mentions the National Military Museum, but it's really called the Royal Military Museum. That's a little bug in the case. It wouldn't be important except there's no museum entry in the yellow pages. So the only way to find it is to know to look for Royal. It's an oversight on the 1980 design of the directory not listing museums, but we found it. We did find it with some persistence. 47 Southwest. And there it is. Director Richmond Overholt is trying to let himself into the museum through a side entrance. His fingers shaking. The key has already missed its hole several times. Why is he so nervous? Our request for a moment of Overholt's time is met with an exasperated sigh. I'm really sorry, but I need to be close to the telephone. I just received a message that the police caught the thief. They could call me with further information any minute now. He finally manages to fumble the key into the lock and open the door. Wiggins takes this as an invitation to follow the flustered Overholt into his office. The director sits down in front of his telephone and starts staring at it as if he could make it ring by the sheer force of his mind. Maybe you could tell us something about the break-in while we're waiting, Wiggins suggests. Overholt stays quiet for a moment before he starts recounting the night of January the 8th. The burglary took place on a Sunday evening, he says. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened throughout the day. The night guard arrived by 6. He made sure that all the entrances were safely locked and started his rounds. At 1:30, he realized that 2 of the cases in room B were broken, the objects inside missing. He hadn't heard any sound, and until this day, we still don't know how the thief got in and out of the building. No window was broken. He pauses. We got the first artifact, John Churchill's pocket watch, back merely 3 days later and celebrated its return with a small gathering on Friday. His gaze is still transfixed upon the telephone. I hope the rest is coming back soon. This whole affair is highly embarrassing. A silence fills the room. It's finally interrupted by the telephone. Overholt listens silently for some time before he hangs up. He's at the Lambeth police station, he says mostly to himself. Then he ushers us out of the building and hurries off to get a carriage. Okay, they've caught the guy. Let's go to the Lambeth police station and see if we can't see what it's about. Police stations. Listed by district. We don't know what that one is. Let's see if it's also listed under Lambeth, or if we'll have to find that street. Lambeth Police Station, 53 Southeast. Oh, it was listed under Lambeth. I don't know what I was looking. What was I looked up post offices here. Police stations, Lambeth Police Station, 53 Southeast. Okay. I guess they're doing our job for us, but we're going to follow up and see. The police station is unusually busy for a Sunday afternoon. Luckily, Wiggins spots a familiar face among the officers. What's going on, he asks. Is Holmes investigating the burglary at the military museum? Well, you can tell him we got there first. Just put the little bastard in custody, the officer brags. Wiggins congratulates the young man and asks how they caught the culprit. He tried to sell Sir James Pulteney's compass to one of our guys, and we got him. He might be good at stealing stuff, but he seems to be a terrible fence. Wiggins manages to convince his friend to give us a minute with Niven in his cell. Give us a minute with Niven in his cell. Is this the first time we're hearing the name Niven, or did he tell us earlier? Okay. The thief sits on the floor, leaning against the bars. His sandy hair and pale face are splashed by dried blood from a wound on his forehead. With his arms slung around his skinny legs, he looks younger than he is, rather like a schoolboy who got into a playground fight. So you're my lawyers? Niven asks, looking up at us. I hadn't expected I'd get a whole lot of them. Wiggins shoots us a look, as we're about to contradict, and puts on his most lawyer-like face. He takes a sheet of paper from his pocket, which only on closer inspection turns out to be a shopping list. Yeah, we just wanted to ask you a few short questions, he says, clearing his throat. Do you have anything to do with the death of Charlotte Keene? Niven looks alarmed. I swear I didn't kill her, he implores us. I know I've got enough dirt on my hands already, but I didn't kill that bitch. Really. She must have topped herself. Or someone else did it. Well, send them flowers in my name, but it wasn't me. Wiggins suggests that we might be able to help Niven if he could just tell us a bit more about Charlotte Keene. Apparently happy to talk about someone else's shortcomings, Niven starts recounting his entanglement with the dancer. I met her at the Bar of Gold on Monday. Went there to celebrate that I had managed to sell off the first 2 items from my job at the museum. I drank a lot. I took her home. I remember she wanted to be paid, and I just told her to take her stuff and leave. When I woke in the next morning, the pocket watch was gone, so I went to find her, but the bitch had already sold the watch. His white face turns grim. Of course, I tried to make her pay me back. Am I right to assume that this attempt involves some serious threats? Wiggins asks politely. Yeah, she managed to scratch together some money, Niven continues, but it was nothing compared to what the watch was worth. So yeah, I told her she was to come up with the money by Saturday or I'd find her and stop her from ever singing again. I just wanted to frighten her a little, but when I came to pick up my money yesterday morning, she was already, Police officer clears his throat behind us. I'm pretty sure you have no permission to be here. Out! Okay, well, so we've got the crook, and he's admitted exactly what we reconstructed. that he threatened her. She was in fear for her life after she stole the money, although he tells the story a little differently, that he took her home, slept with her. She wanted to get paid. He didn't pay her. She stole the watch from her, and that's when he confronted her at work, and then he found her dead. He doesn't like her. So we know they got the right guy. Anna says maybe the 3 keys were for the museum and the burglar wanted them back from Charlotte, who pickpocketed him. That's why she left the keys. No keys. I guess the keys were a red herring, not related to anything. So we've wrapped up the side case of who the real burglar was. A little disappointing that we didn't lead to his arrest. We can talk about that in our review. Before we jump to the end, though, there is one little side mystery that we haven't played with, which is this one. Joseph Fry, the cocoa manufacturer, Victoria Embankment, 7 p.m. on 13th of January, was pushed into the water. Scotland Yard, Victoria Embankment 13. So, at the risk of overstaying our welcome here, let's try to wrap up this little case. So we've got Joseph Fry, the cocoa manufacturer. And he was walking on Victoria Embankment 13 near Waterloo. So let's see if we can't wrap up this little case. He says he was pushed into the water on the 13th of January, 7 p.m. Friday, January 13, which is right after our girl was killed, right? This is the Friday when our girl was killed, and he's pushed in soon after. But he says it was dark. He says his attacker was tall and rather bulky, dressed in black. Doesn't sound like anyone involved in our case. I feel like this is just totally made up. But let's see where these places are. So where is Victoria Embankment? Near Waterloo. Let's see if we can wrap this up quickly. Here's Waterloo. Here's Victoria Embankment. And he says it's Victoria Embankment 13. That's a little confusing to me. Victoria Embankment 13. I'm a little confused about that. Near Waterloo Bridge, because 13 is not near there. So maybe you can't visit that place, 13. I don't know why it says 13. Why would it say Victoria Embankment 13, context Scotland Yard, Victoria Embankment? That might just be a typo of some sort. Like, what is this about? It says context Scotland Yard, and then it adds this extra part, Victoria Embankment 13. This says the 13th of January. I think this is a typo. I don't think that's meant to be here. I don't think we can visit that, but I guess we could visit near Waterloo, Victoria Embankment. So we could look for witnesses at 92, 95, 17, or 16. Just going to do that just for the hell of it. Somerset House is 17. That's an ally, so that might even have a place. But let's just quickly look for anything at 16 WC 92, 95. So 16 doesn't have an entry, but 17 near Waterloo, Victoria does have an entry. On Victoria Embankment, we meet 2 detectives from Scotland Yard who are here to investigate the attempted murder of Joseph Fry. Can't Holmes help us with this case? Inspector Gregson asks morosely, rubbing his cold hands. Oh, he's going on in detail about it. So we did find them. This is important. Well, what have you found out so far? Wiggins inquires. Not much, the taller detective answers. We know that the suspect fled in the direction of the Strand, and we suspect that he had been hiding behind the trees in front of the American Exchange. But because of the rain, there weren't many witnesses, apart from the two sailors who were quite busy fishing Mr. Fry out of the water. We promised Inspector Gregson to keep our ears and eyes open before we enter Somerset House. Here we find some information about Charlotte Keene and her family. So, in addition to meeting Gregson, we went to the Somerset House to get records. And we see just some little history here. Joseph Agnes Keene, they got married. The mother died. The father died. I guess the father died. Doesn't matter. These are just relatives, all unimportant to us. But suspect fled in the direction of the Strand, hiding behind the trees in front of the American Exchange. But no witnesses because of the bad thing. So they fled to the Strand, and then he came from trees behind the American Exchange. Okay. So, what? Well, that's where he was pushed in. Okay. Where is the American Exchange that they came from? The American Exchange is 16 WC. So they think he came from the trees behind at the American Exchange. So let's go to 16 WC and see if there's any signs, footprints, etc. No entry there. Came from the trees behind the American Exchange. Does it mean here? Or here? There's the American Exchange. If he jumped out here, you would think 16 would be the place to go. I guess we could. But he fled in the direction of the Strand. Okay, so let's see if there's any witnesses at 96. Maybe I'll just check here just in case. But 96 WC. No entry for 96 WC. Well, if he ran this way, he would go past this place. That's 95 WC. No 95 WC. '96, '95. Kind of weird. Weird. Weird that we were given such details about where he came from, but no sign of him. But it did say no witnesses. All right, well, we haven't talked to Joseph Fry himself. So let's talk to Joseph Fry. Joseph Fry is 100 Southwest. So I'm stopping to trace down this guy's path for now, just because I don't see anything. But if we run a dead end, maybe we'll double check that I'm not doing something wrong. But first, let's visit Joseph Fry and see if he can shed any light on this. The beautiful Gothic villa is nearly empty. The only ones at home are Harriet Fry and her maid. Master Fry is still at King's College Hospital, and young Master Archibald went to the factory. Is young Master Archibald going to be our culprit? King's College Hospital. And the factory, which is going to be, I guess, the cocoa factory. Let's see if she has anything more to tell us. So the maid told us that. Now we're going to speak to the wife. Harriet Fry receives us in her sitting room with an impressive art collection. She's a frail, elderly lady who looks weary and somewhat lost between the treasures around her. I am happy to hear that the incident is being investigated from all angles, she says politely, but I'm not sure if I can be of any use to you. Mrs. Fry still recounts what she knows about the incident. When he was attacked, my husband was on his way home. He believes that long walks are the key to a long life. Therefore, he walks all the way home from the factory at least twice a week. I guess it wouldn't be hard to use this information in order to ambuscade him. But why? I don't know. She smooths out her skirt. The only one who might benefit from his death are his heirs, of course, but neither Archibald nor Reginald have shown great interest in the factory, and they're leading a much more comfortable life with their father taking care of everything. So Archibald and Reginald. And we're told where Archibald is. Archibald is at the factory. We don't know about Reginald. Let me just make sure they don't have their own entries. Okay, so here's Fry and Sons Cocoa. So that's going to be their place where the factory is. And then we have Elizabeth and Joseph each have their own entry at the same house. Okay, so we've got King's College for the father, and the factory is at 95 East C. Let's go to 95 East C first. A single light is burning on the factory's ground floor. After we have banged on the door for a good minute, a young man opens. He's Archibald Fry, the elder of the two sons. His stature suggests he is not disinclined to the temptation of chocolate. His face is tired, his eyes bloodshot. There's a lot to do with my father in the hospital, he explains his state. Father loves to take care of everything himself. That means it's a nightmare to sort through his papers now that he's unable to work. Since the young man still makes no attempt to invite us for a warm cup of cocoa, we make it quick. Can you tell us anything about the murder attempt on your father? Wiggins asks. I don't think I have any information you couldn't also read in this morning's paper, Fry tells us. Father was on his way home from the factory. He sometimes takes these incredibly long strolls, and then, without any warning, he was pushed into the water. I don't see why any stranger would benefit from my father's death. Company would go straight to me and my brother Reginald, but considering the mess my father's papers are in, I'd definitely not push him anywhere before he sorted out this mess. I guess if you want more information, talk to the man himself. He's at King's College Hospital and he's terribly bored. You'd surely be doing him a favor. Okay, so it's pretty convincing that he wouldn't hurt his father. He's like, wait till I'm not going to kill him till he organizes his papers. Okay, King's College Hospital, 71 WC. Let's go there. Rarely have we seen somebody as enchanted about our visit as Joseph Fry. He's evidently bored. And my son refuses to bring over some paperwork from the factory, he complains before his voice trails off into a coughing fit. Fry is quite happy to recount the events of Friday night for us. I left the factory at 18:15 and walked along Victoria Street to Blackfriars Bridge, from where I continued west along Victoria Embankment. I know that the East End is not the ideal place to go for a stroll, so I usually keep a firm grasp on the pistol in my coat pocket. But Victoria Embankment on early Friday evening? I never figured I'd be attacked there. It had started to rain. I was about to open my umbrella when I suddenly felt a blow against my back. For a moment, I thought I was hit by a carriage. When I realized it was a man trying to shove me into the water, I'd already lost my balance and was on my way down. Looking up, I could see that my aggressor was dressed in black and he was quite muscular. He ran off upstream, at least that's what the witnesses said later. Fry turns quiet for a moment and stares off into midair. I'm really curious to find out what that man was aiming for. If he was trying to rob me, well, that surely was a pitiful attempt, but what would he have gained from killing me? I have no idea. He continues to thank us exuberantly for taking the time to investigate his case. Before we can interject that his attempted murder is not necessarily the center of our investigations, he has pushed 3 boxes of chocolate from his night table into our hands. So instead of clarifying the matter, we promise to do the best we can. The chocolate tastes rather good. Okay, so we're on the case. We've been paid with some chocolates, and we've decided to take his case, which feels solvable, but we don't know how to solve it now. He left the factory, which is 95 EC, Victoria Street. So let's just map out his path. 95 EC to Victoria Street. Then he says he goes to Victoria Embankment, where he gets pushed. Victoria Street to Blackfriars. Let's trace out the path here. And this is a weird little side case. Okay, so he's at 95 EC with his factory. Where is that? We didn't mark it when we visited it. '91, '92. Okay. 97, 95, okay. So there's his factory, and he went on Victoria Street. Victoria Embankment, Victoria Street. And he went towards Blackfriars, which is here. So he goes this way towards Blackfriars. Then he goes on Victoria Embankment, and then he gets pushed. I mean, we could try to trace his route. It's a weird situation, though. Is there any other clues to pick up from the newspaper? Is there anywhere else to investigate this? Heavy rain, black, muscular. Joseph Fry. We really don't have anything else to tie us to it, but it sure sounds like, I mean, we've been hired. He's given us chocolate. We've been hired on this case. Okay, so he was behind the trees. We know our path our guy took now. He went this way. So, and then he does actually mention, first of all, we haven't found his other son. But when we talked to him at the hospital, which I didn't write down, 71 WC. Okay, 71 WC. I just want to see, where did he say was the bad neighborhood? He says, I know that the East End is not the ideal place, so you keep a firm grasp on the pistol. So let me just point out, he's coming this way, and we're told that the guy was hiding here. Let me just check again, 16 WC. It seems like we should be able to... That's weird. So 17 WC, they say, suspect fled in the direction of the Strand, and he had been hiding behind the trees in front of the American Exchange. So, just to be clear, well, I looked up Strand Street, but what if we look up the Strand? No, that doesn't work. I thought the Strand might be a place like in New York City. There's the Strand bookstore. So we headed up towards Strand. So, but we looked at these places and we didn't see him. Where would he have been going? Or where did he come from? Let's see if we can't, just for the hell of it, spot any witnesses on his way in. So he went down Victoria Street. I'm going to check these places on his walk on the East Central. So let's see. If he went this way and he came through here on his walk, I'm going to start at Victoria Street where he starts talking about where he was. So I'm going to check out 8625. Maybe we can get, no 86. No 25. 625. 69, 68. 68 says we knock on the door, no one answers. How about 6629? 6629. This is weird. We're in a weird situation here. How about 31 and 33? No. Well, we're lucky that we didn't encounter anything. All right, this is a weird situation we're in, where we're told where he ran, but we can't catch a trail. Let's let's go to our other allies quickly and see if the newspaper social guys knows anything. We went to Somerset by accident. Archivist, no. Quentin Hogg at the Police Gazette. And Langdale Pike, the social columnist, and Henry Ellis. Let's try the newspaper people. Let's see if they have any idea about this cocoa magnate's family and history and who might be trying to attack him. So I'm going to try Henry. I'm going to try the Langdale Pike first. Due southwest. So we go to Langdale, and he thinks we're asking about Charlotte. Naturally, but we're not. This is the weirdness that we're encountering now in this case, because it thinks we're on our main case, but we've already solved our main case. Let's see. So Langdale Pike's looking. I really think the Apollo Theater will keep me busy these days, especially now that they work with Adele. Apparently his production of King Oedipus in Brighton featured more goats than actors and left theater critics quite perplexed. Everyone was curious to see it. He lights himself a cigar, smiling. So I'm sure that Waddell is preparing a small theater scandal for London, and that Donna Peacock will probably involuntarily assist with that. She's always good for a little scandal. Her latest affair seems to be a young poet named Victor Savage. They've been seen together at the Goldini's restaurant a few times. So this is actually a whole chain of clues. We've never met Waddell, the director, and we've never tracked down Donna Peacock. Is it possible that that's going to tie in and be our explanation? Like, did they run into the cocoa magnate and involved with and end up pushing him in for some reason? All right, well, in our list of unresolved leads, we could say Donna Peacock, Goldini's restaurant. Martinez is joining us in the challenge, said I didn't even bother with any of this. To southwest. And then Victor Savage. And then Waddell, the playwright. These are all loose ends that we might stumble upon information about the cocoa magnet. It's a weird art pacing that we're at now. Okay. I almost feel like we should wrap up the case, solve it, talk about our thoughts, and then say, okay, now we're going to chase down some leads to wrap up these things, because I feel like we finished our main case a while ago, and it's letting some of the wind out of our sails to keep searching for this. But, well, let's keep going for a little bit. We'll remember. Okay, so Quentin Hogg, we go ask about her again. Donna Peacock is no saint. Many believe Jeremy Waddell commits 3 crimes against good taste before breakfast. Gold bar. It's just generic stuff here. We're not even going to bother to read it since it's not related. And then Henry Ellis at the Times says, you run into him, he's late. I have very little time. Burglary at the military museum. Okay, everyone's curious to hear the story behind this crime. It's already strange enough. Part of the loot turned up at a watchmaker. We ask him about Charlotte. Isn't that the girl whose obituary will print in tomorrow's papers? I just know her father ordered it. He's Robert Keene, the pharmacist, runs a chemist shop close to Piccadilly Circus. Robert Keene, pharmacist. I mean, we could talk to her father near Piccadilly. That's kind of fun. It's just we've wrapped up that whole darn case already. You want to talk to her father? Explain to him what happened to his daughter? He's not going to be happy that the sister is involved. I'm sort of curious to talk to him. Chemists. Piccadilly Circus is up here, isn't it? Where is Piccadilly Circus? Not at 32 Northwest, 68 BC. I thought Piccadilly Circus was here somewhere. What am I getting wrong? Someone remind me where Piccadilly Circus is while I'm looking, if you can remember. 68 EC. One of the things we'll be fixing in high and low is the numbering of these places. Oh, Keenan Ashwell, 87 Southwest. Okay, let's talk to the father, see what he has to say about his daughter. Are actually closed, grunts the lanky, balding man behind the counter without looking up. I'm just taking inventory, but I think Ambrecht and Company are open on Sundays. We explain we're here because of Charlotte Keene's death. Well, if that's the case, he says, looking up for the first time, you'll probably want to talk to Robert. He lives at Southampton Row 76 at Mrs. Warren's boarding house, just a 15-minute walk to the north. I don't belong to the Keene clan. Mr. Ashwell keeps counting the paper bags in a small wooden box. We don't give up this easily and ask what he can tell us about Charlotte. I haven't seen her in years, Mr. Ambrecht tells us, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. She used to help out in the shop when she was still living with her parents. She is obviously the brighter of the sisters, but also more headstrong. She might have made a decent chemist, but she would have obviously made a terrible wife. Okay, Southampton Row 76, 15-minute walk north. So 76. What happened? A lot of entries we haven't read. All right, so we're actually close. We went to 87 Southwest. And then, which is there, and he says Southampton Row 76. It's a 15-minute walk to the north. So if that's true, it should be here. I think there's a little bit of mistakes here with the directional stuff. But maybe it means up here. Oh, it just means up here. Okay, that's 87. It's not directly, sorry, 87. It's not here, but it tells us the address. I wouldn't consider that a bug. So here it is this way. Okay, so 76WC is where the father lives. Let's see what he has to say about his daughter. Okay, this is a long entry, but I guess if we hadn't solved it, it would be more intriguing to read this, but this is about his daughter. It's sort of important, so let's read it. On the second landing of Mrs. Warren's boarding house, we are held up by a young girl sitting on the doorstep. You want a kitty? She asks. We still have to give away 2 more, but I'm allowed to keep Blackie. Although tempted by her offer, we instead ask her where we can find Robert Keene, and she directs us to the topmost floor. Charlotte's father is ostensibly confused by our visit. He's a frail man with a slight tremble in his hands, who only lets us into his apartment hesitantly. So, police hasn't closed this investigation after all, he asks. His sitting room is small and stuffed. Coughing, he picks up a few books from the ratty sofa to clear some space for us to sit. I reckon you're here. That means you don't believe my daughter committed suicide, man asks quite directly. Do you think she could have killed herself? Wiggins counters cautiously. Well, she could have. She used to help me in the chemist shop often enough to know how to do it, but I'm hoping to convince myself she didn't. He breaks off, masking a small sob through a cough. She's always been a remarkably stubborn girl. Something really bad would have had to happen for her to give in like that. Usually children can be deflected pretty quickly, but Charlotte was never like that. We first thought that her obsession with theater was just a phase, something that would pass, but then, at the age of 17, she ran off to live with Raymond Hadfield, that fishy little ticket attendant. This is another little lead about her that we never pursued because we didn't have to, her ex-boyfriend. Seems he convinced her he could land her a main role. Well, all that he could get her apparently was a supporting role in mopping the floors of the Princess Theater. So another way we could find out about her by going there. Mary, my wife, he points to a picture on a bookshelf that shows a stern woman with two identical toddlers in white dresses. Yeah, Mary was beside herself with rage. She didn't even want to see Charlotte when it became clear, shortly thereafter, that she wouldn't have long to live. We ask him when he's last seen his daughter. Well, that was when she was living with Josephine and Percy. Josie and the doctor cooked up the rather honorable plan to put the black sheep back on the right path. It didn't work too well. Charlotte only stayed at Sidmouth Street for a few weeks. I'm not certain who had enough of whom. I thought it was rather gracious of Percy to take her in after that ruckus that Charlotte had caused at the wedding. We asked Keene if he knows of any problems that his daughter could have had. For a few moments he turned very silent. Josie, he sets off hoarsely, Josie came to see me Thursday morning. That's not unusual. She comes here at least twice a week to bring me some groceries and help me with chores around the house. Anyway, she told me that Charlotte had showed up at her house the day before, and that she had also tried to intercept her on the way to my flat. Apparently, Percy had made quite clear that his servants were to call the police if Charlotte showed up near his house again. So Charlotte must have been trying to intercept her elsewhere. Keene makes a short pause. Well, Josie was worried about her sister. She said that she had the feeling that something really was wrong, and Charlotte might not only need money for fancy dresses and drinking debts, but she didn't know how she could convince Percival. Robert Keene turns quiet for a moment. I told her to stay out of it, that she couldn't be disobedient to her husband about this matter. Not after everything that Percival has done for the family. And now Charlotte had always made up stories. He sighs. I've been wondering if things had worked out differently if I hadn't given her this advice. Before we say goodbye, we asked Keene what he did Friday night and Saturday morning. I went for a walk on Friday night, but turned around when I got caught in the cloudburst. That night I went to bed early. Ice cold showers are not the best remedy in my condition, he says, coughing. On Saturday morning, I went to the shop. Ashwell and young Joseph do most of the work these days, but I often help them out until early afternoon. All right, long entry from the father, but unrelated to our side case. We've taken the chocolate, so we have to solve this case. Bicycle. Scotland Yard is looking for witnesses. He was attacked at the place. A tall and rather bulky, dressed in black. Hold on. He's attacked on Friday. Here was the robbery. But we know that guy was wiry, but to Walter Endicott is a new robbery that happened on Friday. I wonder if that robber is the guy. Regent's Park. Does that happen to be near anything? Let me look up Walter Endicott. To Northwest. That certainly does not seem anywhere near our thing. Young Mrs. Endicott seems happy to show us the smashed window and the cracked trellis which the perpetrator used to climb to the first floor. He can't have weighed a lot. You see, the wood is pretty thin and even brittle in places. Police found a bit of gray wool clinging to the rose bushes, but so far it hasn't helped them identify anyone. This is going to be our guy that we've already caught, Nevin. You said you're investigating for Sherlock Holmes? I've read so much about him, she says excitedly, bouncing up and down on her feet. Walter told me that Holmes attended Sir Charles Hale's birthday gathering yesterday. Had I known, I would have never excused myself with a headache. She seems to have spotted a potential clue on the lawn and dashes forward to pick up a dried maple leaf. Feeling our gaze upon her, she turns slightly pink and drops the leaf. Well, anyway, tell Holmes he can come over any time to look for more clues. Okay, well, I'm not sure what we do here. Well, let's take a little break. We'll come back and we'll decide how to do it. We've been playing for an hour or so after having solved the case and found our burglar, just trying to find who pushed this guy into the river. I feel like it must have a clue to do with the witnesses at the scene seeing the criminal run off. So maybe we'll reread that. Maybe I overlooked something. I was a little careless. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So we're back. We've been trying to wrap up this one last little mystery about the guy pushed off the cocoa magnate pushed off the bridge. Martinez says I didn't chase down this side case when I played. Anna says we should look at questions. Okay. It's couldn't be any clearer that we can solve this side case. First of all, he hired us by giving us chocolates to solve it, and we took them. And second of all, we found entries we met up with Lestrade at the scene of the crime. He told us about witnesses who saw the crook run off. We met with his son at the cocoa warehouse. It's crystal clear that this is solvable. So reading the questions is not going to change that. There are lots of times when we encounter a side case and we're like, we don't know where to get information on this. And so we're not even sure it's real. This is very real because we found lots of places. So let's just think about it a little more. Let's do this. We've only met one of the sons. I wonder if we can't get information on the other by going to the archivists about marriages, wills. Maybe he's got a will and we can find out. We could go to Sherlock Holmes to get information. We could try the archivist. So I'm going to quickly go through our allies that could have information about why someone would have a motive to kill our guy. Although I fully recognize that this is a weird situation that we've been working. We're almost going to end up spending more time on this side case than on the main case. But again, that's okay. Let's not feel like we're rushing through this. Okay, but I am going to go through these quick. So here's birth, deaths, wills, etc. Disraeli, O'Brien, that was Somerset. Okay, so we already went there. No information of important here. But how about legal criminal records? He says, I don't think I can help. Keane was picked up singing songs. Doesn't help us. Okay, let's go to Sherlock Holmes himself and see if he has any hints for us about this case. We find Holmes with a hot cup of tea and pie. Am I right to assume you're still groping in the dark? He asks with a little sneer as he puts down his cup. Well, I have to admit the case looks very much like a suicide, but once you dig deeper, the theory does not hold. Who would want to make this look like a suicide and for what? All right, we already solved that case, Holmes. We're on a much more advanced stuff. Okay, let's try the librarian. No one seems to care about our side case. Library's closed on Sundays. Great. Okay, what about the lawyer? No information. Okay, well. Government and politics. That's it. There's no one else that makes any sense. All right, so let's reread the one clue that seemed to me that it really should have information for us. And that was 17, where he was pushed off the bridge. What have you found out so far, we ask. Lestrade says, we know the suspect fled in the direction of the Strand. We suspect he had been hiding behind the trees in the front of the American Exchange. But because of the rain, there weren't many witnesses. Apart from the two sailors who were busy fishing him out of the water. So he's hiding here. He attacks him here. And he heads off here. But none of these places. WC. I'm just looking for places. There's no entries WC anywhere in these things. What about 18? No. It's really confusing. Any theories how we would find the other son? We shouldn't have taken those chocolates, said Antina. Always take the chocolates is what I said. Although, yes, from our other case, we've learned that that could be a bad thing. How about $95 EC is the other brother. Why can't we meet the other brother? So there's one guy at the factory, Archibald Fry. Can you tell us anything about the attempt on your father's life? He says, I don't think I have any information you couldn't read in the paper. He takes a long stroll. The company would go straight to me and my brother Reginald. But considering the mess, I'd not push him before he'd sorted out this mess. How come we can't find Reginald? $100 Southwest is the family home. Harriet Fry and her maid. She's glad it's being investigated. He walks all the way home. The only one to benefit are Archibald and Reginald, but they don't care about the factory. I'll tell you what the problem here is. The real problem here is there's so many. This is almost like I'm just going to go visit Waddell, the director. The problem here is there's so many extra places related to our main case that we're sort of being forced to track them down, even though we've solved it, just to see if there's some connection with this. So here's the whole thing. I'm going to skip this, but here he's talking about why he fell in love or was taken by Charlotte. When I saw her performance as Cleopatra on the new exotic dance night, I can't say it otherwise. I was awestruck. The skinny girl in a wig convinced me more than any actress I'd ever seen. She would be Cleopatra. This is why he wanted to hire her. In the background, a pair of trained chimpanzees. Did the chimpanzees from the paper escape and attack our guy? Is that really? Donna Peacock. He's telling us where he was on the Apollo. She's been the star. Just going to skip over this because we've just already solved this whole thing. Then I walked home. Oh, wait a second. What's this? Okay. Friday afternoon. He's telling us what he was doing. Okay, they had these full meals. They talked about who was going to play Cleopatra. She was furious she wasn't going to play it. She had something more important to do. She stormed out at 4:30. Now look at this. He stays at the theater closer to 7. Remember, this is when our guy got pushed over. Our guy got pushed over around 7 on Friday. Okay, so watch what he says. He stayed at the theater close to 7, working on ideas for costumes and the stage. Then I walked home, and as if my day would have needed to get any worse, I was surprised by the rain and nearly run over by some idiot sprinting down Trafalgar Square. I went into the bar, had a whiskey, chat with the barman, then I went home. The next morning, I went to Hengler's Circus to look at their chimpanzees. Then I headed to the Bar of Gold. This is where he tries to find Charlotte. He can't find her. He gets Polly to help her. They go to her room, discover her dead, suicide note. Lots of spelling mistakes. I don't know where I'll find my Cleopatra. Okay, so he sees someone going down Trafalgar Square. Where is Trafalgar Square? It's going to be the course of this person running away. We think they went this way towards the Strand. Where is our Trafalgar Square? It's not there. That's Russell Square. Where is Trafalgar Square? Is it over here somewhere? Let's look it up. All right, that's where the guy was running, up towards the Strand. Now we need to find Trafalgar Square. Who knows where Trafalgar Square is? Where is Trafalgar Square? It should be around here, don't you think? Roosevelt Square, Cavendish, Portman. Well, he was at the theater, so shouldn't it be like right around here? What theater was he at? When I heard Trafalgar Square, it took me back to London, lifetime of memories. Okay. I feel like we've made a little bit of progress here. We just gotta track this person down. So the Apollo Theater is here. So St. James Square, Trafalgar Square. Okay. So he comes out of his Apollo. This person went up to the Strand after pushing our guy in the river, came down the Strand, and hit Trafalgar Square. Sprinting down Trafalgar Square. So they went up to the Strand, then they pulled off down near Trafalgar Square. But how do we find them from there? Now, let's see if anyone saw him here at the Grand Hotel. It almost feels like we're going to have to find someone else, since it all it's an interesting idea, because it's at the time when this woman was murdered, so we're sort of stumbling onto it when we find people's alibis. So I wonder if we're going to have to find Peacock's alibi in order to get her to tell us that at 7 p.m. she saw someone. But boy, he's running down this way. Where do you think he's going? Trafalgar Square. I'm going to look at 22 and 90 WC. Ah, it's WC. There's nothing in WC anymore for us anymore. Okay, well, here's 22 WC near Trafalgar Square, where he went in to have a drink. The barkeeper does remember Waddell quite well. You mean the fellow in a soaked turquoise coat who complained to me why the world wasn't ready to acknowledge the artistic value of dancing chimpanzees? How could I forget him? Came in on Friday when it started downpouring outside. We had quite a few fellows in here who took shelter from the rain, and Mr. Waddell entertained all of them with his monologue. I have a slight hunch that he would be even better as an actor than he is as a director. Well, that's unfortunate that that's all we've got there. So our guy runs past, and how are we supposed to find him? Our guy goes into the bar here. Some guy runs through Trafalgar Square. I guess no, we know there's no 90. So he finds himself in this area. Where would he be going? We could check in with Mycroft at the Diogenes Club just for the hell of it. Maybe he saw someone come in there. Maybe it was Mycroft. Okay. We talked to Mycroft. You know everything about Charlotte Keynes. Not helpful. Where would he have run, though? What's at 87? Because that could be... Let me just see what 87 Southwest was. That's the father. Let's see if anyone at the park saw him. I'm gonna check 98 Southwest. No. It seems this game doesn't want us to stumble on him. We have to find people that were in our case that happened to run into him. All right, what was the place where Peacock was at, like a restaurant, Gibraltar or something? We're told she hangs out at Gibraltar's restaurant. Are we sure this is solvable? Well, you tell me. You tell me. I've made the case. It doesn't, there's no, we just heard another clue about him running by. There's just no possibility that we're not meant to figure out who this is. Think about it. Think about all the clues we've gotten about it. We've just found another clue. So it couldn't be much clearer that we're supposed to be able to figure out where this guy went. Goldini's restaurant. So there was the ex-boyfriend Hatfield. And then there was the Goldini's restaurant with Peacock. So maybe if we check those two and look at their alibis, we're going to have them have seen. Wow, that's unfortunate. Goldini's 48 Southwest. Donna Peacock is a regular. She dined with her nephew, Mr. Savage, Victor Savage, on Friday night. They seemed so pleased with her service, they came back for breakfast the next day. Look at that. We tipped him for information, and he said, here's the extra information I'm giving you. They seemed so pleased with our service, they came back the next day. All right. So Savage and Peacock. I'm tracing down these other people that we don't need to talk to solve our main case, but I'm hoping that they have information that they were witnesses of our side case. It's a little frustrating. Yes, I was having dinner with Donna Peacock Friday evening. He slams his door. Okay. All right. Let's see if Peacock has anything to tell us. Donna Peacock, 61 Northwest. All right, let's see if she can help us and tell us if she saw anything. Can we look at the main questions and solve the main cases, Anna? Okay, I'm going to read this, then we'll do that. Okay, Donna Peacock, she says she comes out. Charlotte who? We tell her about her death. She says, funny how problems seem to solve themselves sometimes. You don't have anything to do with this. Can you tell us what you were doing? She says, Horde of Wild Monkeys, Cleopatra, Charlotte's dead. What were you doing Friday? Conversation. Waddell talked to us about it. You pray and Waddell just sat there and smiled to himself. Then they went and dined at Goldini's. Took a carriage She went and ate at Goldini's. I dined with Victor. I need to get ready for tonight's show. Okay. So no help she is. We know this person who pushed him off went down Trafalgar Square. So it's got to be... I wonder if he pushed him off. All right, you guys want to see the questions. Do you want to make a bet that there's going to be a question about this on there? I mean, I couldn't swear there is, but we can't read the solution because it's going to solve this little side case, and I don't want it. But I am willing to look at the questions for you guys. Here we go. Here are our questions. First series. Where is the last place Charlotte Keene went to on Friday night? Well, we know Charlotte Keene is still alive and well, so eventually she went home. So I guess she went to Josephine's house on Friday night. Did Charlotte Keene kill herself? No, we don't believe so. What role did the young man who came to Charlotte's room on Saturday morning play in the incident? We know he's the burglar who she robbed from, looking to kill her. What role did Josephine Keene play in the incident? Okay, we know she was killed in the street by getting pushed, falling, hitting her head, and then she was replaced to look like she was Charlotte. What happened on Borough High Street? What's our Borough High Street place? Oh, Borough High Street is where that's the incident with the two sisters. Well, where was the last place Charlotte Keene went to on Friday night? Charlotte Keene went to the boarding house, met her sister Josephine. Then Josephine died. Didn't she go home that night to her old house? Yeah, I think she must have gone to her old house because she has to, otherwise the husband's going to be wondering where his wife is. Okay, but now we've got second series questions. What is Donna Peacock's alibi? All right, so we just skimmed over that. We just read it. But she said she went to Goldini's and had dinner with Victor, and that's confirmed by the restaurant. And then they slept together and they went to the next morning. So I guess we know that. Who was the man who came to Charlotte's room on Saturday morning? We know that. That's Nevin. That's the robber. Who broke into the military museum? So we believe that that's Nevin still, right? And then who sold Churchill's pocket watch to Barrett and Lunds? That's Charlotte. Do we know that this is Nevin, the same person? Yeah, that's the person who robs the watch and other things. Okay, so no question here about who pushed the guy into the water. But it's crystal clear to me that we're getting clues about it. Let me look up Hadfield. You guys want me to just solve this? I know you do. Raymond Hadfield, 82 EC. Let me just see. Here's Cranmer. I guess we could look up Cranmer, but we didn't. So if you look up Cranmer, you talk to her and she says, I didn't meet with Josephine. Let's read this part about Hadfield. Remember, Hadfield is the ex-boyfriend of our Charlotte. I've nearly given up when Raymond Hadfield opens the door. He's a stocky, dark-haired man. Is this going to be our guy who pushed him over by some chance? Turns out he hasn't learned of Charlotte's death yet. When we explain why we want to talk to him, he invites us to his tiny apartment. He starts a fire. I'm not sure if I can help you. He met Charlotte 4 years ago when their twin sister went to work at the theater. He exaggerated. He told Charlotte he could help her get a job. She started her career at the Princess Theater. That's the second time we've mentioned the Princess Theater. Hope she would start to see our relationship as more than a stepping stone, but she wanted to be on the stage. She went to work at the Bar of Gold. Can you think of someone who want to harm her? No. Okay. What about the guy that Waddell was eating with? Ambrose Beaupre, 52 Southwest. Okay, so we're at the house of the person who Waddell was with. Remember, Waddell saw the guy in the rain run away. Let's see if this guy who's with him has anything more to say. He's a well-built man with a square face in his early 40s. One of the funniest afternoons I spent, he says with a sneer on his face. Waddell is positively demented. And poor old Donna was out of her mind. It was pretty amusing to watch. When asked if he doesn't mind Waddell's eccentric ideas, Beaupre shrugs. As long as I'm paid, I'm fine with that. I mean, people like exotic animals, don't they? People also like it when Donna makes a fool of herself. It was only a matter of time until she would be the center of a gossip, not because one of her lover boys. I think we need to check the chimpanzees in a second to see if it was a chimpanzee that did it. She's dead, bad timing. We ask about Charlotte's death. Okay, can you give us Friday night alibi? He says, Dr. Faustus and I play Faustus. I spent most of the night on stage. Then I slept until noon. Oh, I know. She would have gotten her hands dirty. That's useless. Okay. No one has seen these people. What about the chimpanzees? Chimpanzees. 2 chimpanzees. Euston Road 47. Maybe the chimpanzees pushed him in. I think that's what it's going to turn out to be. The cocoa manufacturer may be a big, elaborate red herring. I don't believe it. I believe it's raining and dark, and people couldn't make out who it was. It's a muscular guy. I think it's going to be a chimpanzee. Euston Road 47. Let's see if that's going to be on the path where this guy was running. Unfortunately, it's not at 47 Northwest. How about here? 47. Marleybone? No. Well, would it have been where it came from? I don't see it there. So you guys might think I'm crazy for spending all this time doing this. I think the case is worth it, but just as a Anna says a chimpanzee isn't big. I agree with you. That is troubling. I do agree with you. That is troubling to my theory. If you're watching this later, or if you have to leave, you can always leave your comments about the case in the comments or just in the chat if you had to leave ahead of time. I do want to hear your thoughts about it. But I also challenge you to help me figure out, where would we find the brother? How would we reconcile this? And if you think that I'm wrong, that the case is clearly telling us we can solve this, let me know. I mean, put your money where your mouth is. Make a bet that if you believe that the case is not going to tell us the answer to this, I would like to know. But right now I'm having trouble finding 47 Euston Road. Let me see if Hengler's Circus is in here. Hengler's Circus, 47 WC. I'm sorry, the first show starts at 5. You're rather early. A young man with a pitchfork informs us we're aimlessly strolling around between the carts. Turns out to be one of the animal keepers, tells us that Jeremy Waddell came to the circus yesterday in order to take a look at the chimpanzees. That's what he said. I really hope he won't put them in ballet costumes. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like that. All right, well, I was wrong about that. No sign that the chimpanzees ran out. All right, let's do this. If the person ran to Trafalgar Square, and this is a bit of a cheat, but let me just look at Southwest and see if I can spot them in any of this area here. So I'm just going to glance through the Southwest and look for stuff we might have read. So we read Mycross, Charles Hale, where we had dinner. We talked to Ambrose. We talked to Jeremy Waddell. Okay, well, that's troubling. Antina says, I think it will not, but I hope it will. Okay, so here's a troubling thing. I just looked at all the places in here. There's no Southwest entries that we haven't read. If he came this way through Trafalgar Square, then there's only two places. It's either here or here. So let me now scan through the Northwest. If I don't see it, then we're going to... Okay, well, we read the one at 2 Northwest where the person broke in to rob them. This might have been... Oh, here's the Princess Theater we could have gone to. Nothing important there. "31 Northwest was the person who got arrested. That's the chemist. Pharmacy. Well, okay, maybe I'm wrong. There's no entry in here about it. Given that it was seen in Trafalgar Square, I don't see where else they could have gone. Okay, well, that'll be something for me to complain about if it's not. Let us read the answers. All right, let me mark it here. I'm going to... Yeah, marking it is fine. Okay, let's read the question and answers and the epilogue. Okay, here are our answers. What's the last place Charlotte King went? To the Trevelyan's house, taking over Josephine's identity. We got that right. Did Charlotte King kill herself? No, she didn't even die. What role did the man who play? He threatened her for money, gave her a reason to feign her death. The body found in Charlotte's room is actually Josephine. Charlotte lured her sister there with a fake telegraph, led to a fight where she was accidentally killed. And then Peacock spent the night with her lover. We knew that. Sam Niven, that's the burglar. We knew that. And then who sold the watch? Charlotte Keene, after stole it from Sam Niven. All right, so we got all of these 100% correct. And now let us read the solution. Sherlock Holmes did it in 9 leads. Here we go. When we arrive, Holmes is reading the newspaper in front of a welcomingly crackling fire. Did it really take you so long to solve this case? He greets us. I already found the solution an hour ago. Well, you said you were going to take a nap, Wiggins retorts, an unmistakable annoyance in his voice. He almost strangles himself when he takes off his scarf. Oh, I did take a nap. Then I solved the case, and then I got myself some chicken pie, Sherlock says, yawning. There's still some left if you're hungry. He beckons over to the coffee table. A bell rings. That must be Waddell. Would you be so kind and open the door for him? Wiggins shuffles off, muttering to himself something about why we even bothered to run around town in the bleeding cold. Once Jeremy Waddell has taken off his dazzling turquoise coat and we're all settled in front of the fire, Holmes gets up and starts pacing the room in his most theatrical fashion. You've still got a chance to guess a solution to the thing of who pushed the cocoa magnate in the water, even though we haven't found any clues to solve it. I'm just trying to think. Is there any reason to suspect that Waddell is the killer? Why would he do that? Okay. My dear Waddell, he says, I can assure you that neither you nor any of your actors had anything to do with the death of Charlotte Keene. What makes you so sure of that? Waddell asks. Mainly the fact that Charlotte is not dead, Holmes says cheerfully. Before Waddell has had time to protest, the detective has fallen into a monologue. Let's retrace our steps from the beginning. A short visit to our dear Meeks showed that the death was not a suicide. The victim died from a blow to the back of her head, which is really a most unusual way to kill oneself. However, the suicide note and the empty bags of sleeping powder must have convinced short-sighted Mr. Lestrange not to dig further. Lestrade? Holmes takes dramatic pause. Meeks also told me that there was no sleeping powder in the victim's blood. However, I did spot a rather substantial amount of the substance on her pillow when I went to Dover Rooms. Clearly, somebody was trying, rather amateurishly, to make this death look like a suicide. And I was sure it wasn't the young man that Mrs. Penny described. He spent much too little time in the room to orchestrate anything as elaborate as this. I learned 2 interesting bits of information from Charlotte's landlady. Firstly, that the young dancer had financial problems. Secondly, she left the yard shortly before 7 p.m. in clothes that seemed much too exquisite given her financial status, and with a bunch of white Christmas roses in her hand. I couldn't yet see a way to find out where she was going, so I decided to inquire more about her background. At Somerset House, I learned that her family consisted of an elderly father and a twin sister, married to a certain Dr. Trevelyan. I decided that the twin sister would be the kind of person a desperate young woman would turn to, and indeed Charlotte had come to the Trevelyan's house to ask for money, in vain. So what if the story that the dancer had told the sister was true? What if the man who sneaked into Charlotte's room on Saturday morning was the one threatening to kill her if she didn't procure enough money? And then there was the kitten. It is obvious that Holmes has lost Waddell at least 2 minutes ago. What the hell does a kitten have to do with all this? He bursts out. Oh, it provides strong evidence that Charlotte isn't dead at all, Holmes answers coolly. The fine scratches that Meeks discovered on the dead woman's wrists are not easily explained. Charlotte most likely didn't pick raspberries or trim her roses. However, Josephine has a small kitten at home, which would very well account for the scratches on the dead woman's wrists. It also became obvious that Mrs. Trevelyan was hiding something. Some of her answers remained vague. Also, she seemed oddly eager to concur with any theory about her sister's death, but showed very little interest to inquire further. What are you? Waddell sets off, but is quickly interrupted by Holmes. At this point, I was already pretty sure that I was speaking to Charlotte at the Trevelyan's house, not to Josephine. She seems to be a rather good actor, by the way, he says to a startled Waddell. I don't think anyone in the house had become suspicious yet. I congratulate your casting choice, dear Mr. Waddell. Holmes stops his pacing and sits down in his armchair by the window. I thought about getting some pie and another nap. It would have been rather easy to expose Josephine, played by Charlotte, by asking her a few uncomfortable questions, but I was curious to solve this mystery myself, so I decided to verify her alibi. I went to see her childhood friend, Tabba Cranmer, who indeed received a visit from one of the twin sisters on Friday night. However, it was a rather short surprise visit, which couldn't nearly account for all the time that Josephine spent outside her house. I learned that the woman arrived there wet from the cloudburst, which took place at 7 p.m. If we compare this to the time Josephine claims to have left the house, her carriage ride would have taken her 2 hours. She could have walked to Cranmer's flat in half the time, and this would at least have given her plausible alibi for being soaking wet and having ruined her clothes. Where had she been? If I was interpreting the Christmas roses on Tabba's garden kitchen table correctly, at Dover Rooms. I decided to double check. I'm trying to wrap my head around the roses being on Tabba's table. I decided to double check Josephine's testimony with the lads at the Central Carriage Depot, and indeed, Josephine hadn't gone straight to Cranmer's flat at London Bridge on Friday night. After buying the Christmas roses, she headed to an address close to Charlotte's place. Apparently, someone had sent Josephine Trevelyan, we're still talking about the real one, a telegraph with supposedly new address for Tabba Cranmer's flat. Curiously, Cranmer hadn't moved in years. The marks on her doorframe showed that quite clearly. However, I did learn from Cranmer that she met Charlotte not long ago. Ergo, Charlotte knew that Tabea and Josephine hadn't spoken in some time. She could very well have used that knowledge to send a fake telegraph and lure Josephine into her neighborhood. After all, she knew she couldn't go back to the Trevelyan house without provoking a call to the police. When I arrived at Newcomen Street 7, I quickly gathered from Mrs. Jetley that the two sisters had indeed met there, and that Josephine was less than pleased about the trap she had been lured into. A fight arose. Josephine stormed off into the direction of Borough High Street, where I spoke to an old man who witnessed the unfortunate outcome of this fight. Josephine fell either because she was pushed or because she stumbled. The details got lost in the darkness, but it's sure that Josephine hit her head fatally. I don't think that Charlotte had any intention to kill her sister. On the contrary, maybe she only had the best intentions when she took her home to her flat. That she did exactly that, I was sure of after talking to Charlotte's neighbor, Mr. Grant. He heard her dog drag home something heavy, Josephine's body. When Charlotte realized that her twin sister was dead, she quickly came up with a plan to make use of this particular case of spilt milk. By using her sister's body to feign her own suicide, she could escape her debt collector. So she scribbled a suicide note, put on Josephine's clothes, and left 3 empty bags of chloral on her nightstand. Then she set off with Josephine's Christmas roses to see Tabea Cranmer, hoping this would provide an alibi for Josephine. which was important now that she was going to take over her identity. That's interesting. So we missed that little part, that she was trying to create an alibi for the murder of Charlotte. Charlotte was trying to create an alibi for Josephine so that she couldn't be accused of the murder of Charlotte. Waddell is turned very quiet and stares at some point in midair behind Holmes. But whatever made her do this? He finally whispers, well, just as everyone else in London, you have probably been following the story about the burglary in the military museum, right? I'm pretty sure that the uninformed young woman who sold the watch to Barrowed and Luns was Charlotte Keene. It was only a day after that she started begging her sister for money, saying she was being threatened. It would be very interesting to speak to the man who was arrested for this burglary just today. Sherlock Holmes used the following 9 leads. And there we have it. Okay. Interesting. I've got some real thoughts. Let us take a 5-minute break, come back, give our thoughts. Anyone who's still hung around for that hour or two while I chased down that side lead. Well, we chased down 2 side leads, and one we did solve. That was the burglar, his identity, which we were quizzed about, but we were never quizzed about this last part. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give our thoughts. I'd like to hear from you, your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, suggestions, constructive criticism. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, nearly 5 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. Sun's coming up, and we're going to talk about the case a little bit. Let me go to the chat and see what everyone has to say. And it says, I think it was an interesting case, maybe not very hard to solve. I'd say medium difficulty, lots of leads, burglary neatly tied into the main case. And Tina says, I liked the writing. There were some very good spatial elements and clever use of the directory. Anna says, I don't know what to think about this cocoa magnate side case, though. Was it really just a big red herring with lots of clues? If it isn't solvable, the details for this were an overkill. Martinez is back. Says, got back in time to hear the review. And Tina says, as for the fellow that was pushed, we shouldn't have taken his chocolate. I'm almost a little curious to just look to see if there's any more information. So you could have met Niven. Maurice Niven tells about his brother, the robber. I'm still holding out the possibility that there's a solution to that. There's lots of entries searching for Niven. So we eventually got him arrested, but it looks like you could have found out about him. I don't see anything about the muscular person. And it says, agree, we need to use the map, the paper, the directory together. It would have been harder for someone who's not a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective veteran. All right. Martinez, you played this, so I'd like to hear your thoughts too. All right, let me try to give some thoughts about my experience. So we played it for 5 hours and 50 minutes, almost 6 hours. But we solved the main case probably after 3 or so. Okay, so first of all, overall impression, really, really good writing, really compelling case. Like the first hour in, I think we were all really engaged, fully engaged in this case. The setup and the characters and the nature of the characters and who was involved and the mystery were all very compelling and interesting. And I think we were motivated to solve this case. That's something that not all cases do. And it goes a long way. We all wanted to know what happened with Charlotte. And there was some cool history about her being spotted. And I think the overall story had some real irony, some really enjoyable irony here. The irony that she was about to be offered the job, but she had to kill her sister, but she killed her sister beforehand. And a lot of nice, subtle details in this story. And some of them unfolded well. Like, we didn't know who killed her. Then we realized the twin thing, probably what was going on. And once we realized that, a lot of things made sense. And there were some very cool moments, like her answer were very subtly wrong. And then Anna spotted the scratches on her arm, how that made sense because of the cat. Some really clever, nice stuff there. And then everything made sense once we figured that out. And then when we tracked down the arguments they were having, like it all made sense. And then it was really nice to slowly find out that she actually died by accident. That was all very enjoyable. And as the people in the channel have pointed out, there were some clever, fun sort of work here in terms of finding people in the directory. Like we found the doctor's office by checking spatial locations, and then people realized, oh, we could go to his house, look him up, some nice stuff. Couple bugs. One maybe fairly serious one about the National Military Museum not really being called the National Military Museum. Enough hint that you could find it that you probably would persist, but that probably needs to be fixed. And then another one with the direction, southeast, should have been southwest. But some cool things there. And I thought the dialogue was really well written. There were some fun moments when the husband says, I shouldn't say this about her because I'm married to her twin, but, you know, she's not the prettiest person. Some very good stuff. And some very clever clues. Like it was the spotting of her lie when we sort of got the gut impression that she may have swapped identities, and then we realized she said her husband left after me, like those were nice clues to find. Okay, so overall, really good. And I think the first half of this case was really great and really compelling and enjoyable. I think where the problems I had here had to do, I think, maybe you'd call these balance, maybe questions of balance. So balance, and maybe balance is the best overarching thing here. So there were a couple things here. First of all, I feel like there were a lot of, here's a good way to say one of the problems we had. Whenever you have a game, like, it's not infrequent because we can play these as completionists, that like there's a peak, like we're having the most fun halfway through, and then we insist on playing another 3 hours. I insist on playing another 3 hours to wrap up every thread. And then by the time you get to the end, you've been in the movie too long, so you feel a little bit exhausted, and that takes away a little bit. And that's not really all the fault of the author, because we've chosen to spend so much extra time. And if we had solved it right when we figured it out, it probably would have been a more satisfying, appropriately length case. But okay, so here's a part. So one problem was that we figured out the solution to the case when there were tons more alibis to verify. That's a little bit problematic because we were so certain of the solution, and we hadn't found alibis for Peacock, for Waddell. We hadn't even met Waddell or Peacock. That was strange. And, you know, sometimes you get lucky and you do things in a good order. Sometimes you don't. And because the game was so freeform, it gave us so many branches to travel down right from the start. Like, we always had a huge number of clues we could pursue and people we could pursue. And there were so many new people introduced throughout the case that it let us stumble on the solution quite early. And then we were left sort of confirming for good hours, just confirming the details of our theory, and having already solved it, those were sort of anticlimactic. And I would say, well, let me check in with the chat before I make some more points. Martinez says, I enjoyed the story very much. Writing is strong, especially the dialogue, puzzles, and clues were engaging. The fact that the sister died by accident was important. Killing is not easy. Killing a sibling would make you a psycho. Everyone, I think, liked that, especially Anna. You could see Anna was noticeably relieved when the sister died by accident. I like that too. But the accidental nature of the death squares with the psychology of the characters, and I appreciate that. Anna says, I agree. Although it was a big coincidence with the role offered the other day, still probable enough in a story. The case might have been a little harder, though. So that's another critique, is that it was a little easy, and maybe, well, it's hard to, I mean, it's hard to know, sorry. It's hard to complain about a case being easy because different groups want different difficulty levels. But I would say, for us, it was a little on the easy side. And that led to spending a lot of time just confirming alibis that we didn't need to confirm. Now, I think, here's where I think, if I had to really pinpoint one real problem, it would be this. We knew we had solved it hours ago. And we would have gone to those solutions very early on. We would have saved ourselves 2 hours chasing down every lead if I wasn't convinced that there was a way to solve the side cases. That was the double barrel that got us into trouble. The fact that there were so many extra leads to pursue, so many red herrings, so many additional people to track down, Beaupre, all these side characters. But it was the fact that there were so many extra leads to track down and that there was these side cases, one of which could not be solved despite, by all appearances to me, the idea that there was a solution here. I'll talk about a little bit more about that. But that was the, I would say, the problem. Like, you could get away with either one of those. You could get away with side cases that are very hard to solve, and you could get away with lots of red herrings and lots of extra characters that could lure you away. But when you combine those two things, especially with a side case that can't be solved, that's got all these hints that you can solve it, then you're sort of forcing the pros, or the people who want to be complete and the people who want to be thorough, you're forcing them to spend hours after they've solved it, chasing down the leads. And I think that was to me, that was the problem. That was the core fixable game design subtle detail that caused us to get in the rut. The fact that I was convinced we could solve the case meant we had to go through all the leads. That was made worse by the fact that it seemed like some of the clues to solving this last third case, like Waddell sees some guy running. Well, we couldn't find that information by trying to solve the case of the guy pushed off. The only way we found that clue was by pursuing these red herrings that we knew we didn't want to find otherwise. And so at that point, when we couldn't find any clues to who pushed him off on our own, we had to say, okay, I guess we're going to have to go chase down all of these red herrings that we don't otherwise want to read and don't think we need, just in case one of them says, oh yes, by the way, like Waddell said, oh yes, by the way, on my way home, I saw a guy running past me. So I think it's a good lesson that you don't want to make people go through tons of clues that they don't need in the shot that they're going to get a hint to the information that they do need. You want people to be able to direct their study to the area that they need to get information on. So if we're trying to find information about who pushed him off the bridge, we should be able to narrow down on that. And I think it bears some further emphasis about this side issue. We've got a side issue in the case about this guy who was pushed off. Now, when we read that in the paper, we're completely fine reading that and saying it can't be solved. There's lots of times there's a story in the paper and you're like, that could be a side case, that's interesting. And the game tells you very early you can't solve this. It sort of teases you. You think, is it related to my case? Isn't, but then you learn you can't. There were so many clues about that side case. We talked to the wife. We talked to the son. We went to the hospital and talked to the father. And these were things that required a little work to get to. And then we reconstructed his path. And then we talked to Lestrade, who was at the scene, who told us witnesses who had seen it and confirmed that there was a guy who pushed him off. And he says, come back if you can figure out more information. And he tells us where he was hiding and where he was running to. And then we eventually find Waddell seemed to confirm that a man went running by him down to Trafalgar Square. Like, we followed the trail of the criminal to Trafalgar Square. And it just seems insane to me that it ends there. That is bizarre to me. And I don't understand it. It almost feels like two possibilities. Either that was meant to have a solution at some point and it just never got around to it, Or, the author thought that one way to make the case more challenging was to have these red herring that had lots of leads related to it. And I think this shows you why in real life that may happen. In real life, there are sort of red herrings that you track down and then you never resolve. But in games like this, people want loose ends tied up. And I think that's important. And I think it's very dangerous to have loose ends like this untied up. Just my opinion from a game design perspective. Let's check back with the chat. Then I have one more sort of constructive criticism. I hope it doesn't sound like we're being too harsh. We're focusing on areas that to learn from. But really, overall, we really enjoyed the case. And I think especially for a newer group, slightly less experienced group, this would be fun. Although I would suggest figuring out what you want to do with that side case. Either having a solution, and it could be an easy solution. You could just have, at the end of Trafalgar Square, have you catch the criminal. Okay, too much side lead, says Anna. That's, you guys are saying it a little more concisely than I. Martinez says, to Jesse's point about the side case, I think Pele's case, The Homecoming, illustrates a strong alternative. There are side cases, but they tie in neatly with the main case. I think that's right. And we had one case did tie in. The burglaries very satisfyingly did tie in. It was only this one push of the cocoa magnate that didn't tie in. Okay, so I want to make one more constructive criticism, which is on a totally orthogonal point to everything we've said so far. I think one weakness here was passivity. And I think that showed up several places. One was how our burglar got arrested. We just were talking to someone else, and then we got the call that he had been arrested, and they solved it. They solved the burglar mystery. Now, that was weird because we had worked hard to figure out who the burglar was. And it was very odd that the game stole the pleasure of that from us by having the cops solve it and arrest him and figure it out without our help, even though we had worked so hard to figure it out. That's a passivity problem. And a sort of an anticlimax problem. But I think you could also look at it in a subtle way as a missed opportunity. So in this case, we had a guy threatening Charlotte from the beginning, and that was Niven, that was the burglar. And he showed up early. We went to her house, and the landlady said, yeah, someone jumped in and was seen lurking around. That was an opportunity for the game to make that shadowy figure, that villain, an ever-present threat and suspect for us. Like, he could be shadowing us at all times, ready to strike out at all times, ready to injure someone else, ready to break in, ready to steal stuff. Is he the culprit? Is he the bad guy? If he is, we're in danger. And it was sort of weird that he sort of made this appearance and then just disappeared from the scene. He wasn't active, and we weren't able to be active in dealing with him. That was a weird choice, I think. And I think it would have been better to have this active person out there, this active threat, still lurking about as a threat. And then when he was caught, that was particularly weird. Okay. Hannah says, you're right, we should have been able to arrest the burglar. I really did enjoy the spatial puzzles here. often things were described as this place is near this place. I really like that. I prefer that to when the game tells you go to this guy's house and just gives you the address. It's fun to be doing some of that work. And well, hopefully I've made clear how much we enjoyed the case overall. I hope all of my focus on constructive criticism is not read as too negative of the case. I wouldn't be saying these things if I didn't really like it. All right. If you're watching this after we've played it, please do leave your comments on this video. I'd love to hear what you thought. If you disagree with me, let me know. I'd love to see more cases by Susanna. I would happily play more cases by Susanna Krauss. And it always surprises me when someone who's not a native English speaker is able to pull off the dialogues and personalities and quirks and fun of these characters in Victorian England. It seems so difficult. And I think Suzanne did a great job. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Wow, 6 hours. This was a long one. We will play The Commandeered Corpse soon, in the next week or so. That's another Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case. And then we've got the newest box from Deadbolt Mystery Society, which I've scheduled for Monday. Might be played on Sunday afternoon. I'm not sure yet. You can visit the game queue thread on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, which you'll find a link to on the About page of this YouTube channel. Thank you again for joining me. I'll see you next time.